So another person this studio also saying slightly different things and so today yes, I need to call today.
So 3 years later, here we are. I want to ask a question. I think what I guess who tell me the very first thing when you started in NSM, what was the thing for the conference?
Don't
check your phone. Don't check your phone. I believe we have climate change makers here, and we have policy makers. We have a lot of individuals who have done a lot with respect to climate change. So I also want to believe that you are very much abreast of this, because they are very passionate about something. There's everything why, right? So who knows the answer here? No. Okay, so the very first thing in the celebration of Environmental Day, or Environment Day rather, is only one planet. And here we are today celebrating or talking about ending plastic pollution. So one thing that strikes is there has been a lot of connectivity in the different things and topics that have been celebrated or talked about over these years. All of that to sustainability, all of that to care for the environment, ensuring that nature is preserved. Because when nature is preserved, people are happier, people are healthier, and can also talk about more growth. So I'm very happy to have each and every one of you here, and I believe we're going to have an amazing time. Thank you so much for being here once more.
Yes, of course, we have policy makers here, we have chief makers, as she said, we have young African leaders here, and another meeting partners are discussing some sensitive and important issues that need to be well addressed in society, those conversations that are not really have out in society. Here to speak about it, of course, we're not in this room, we're pushing this conversation. Societal construct that 5 minutes, of course, creating sustainable.
So very quickly, we are going to move to recognizing the people that have made this conference possible, right? Because I mean, they always say behind every successful man there is a woman. So behind every successful conference there are partners. We're going to make the conference possible. Protection agents that last is a round of applause.
We appreciate the sustainable great environment initiative and appreciate that also. Yes, and we have the Basic Lagos State University as one of our partners. And the beautiful part is that an alumni of Lagos State University from last year. Last wow. Greatest last white. Was not represented. What's the name of that? Greatest last white.
No, yeah, well, that's why.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
The Zoom crashed. I said error or something and it just crashed.
Yes, we also have Lagos State Business School as one of our partners. The zone.
Where's the zone? That's where we are.
That's the zone, right?
We're right about the zone.
So we have Echo Bada, please appreciate Echo Bada. And of course, we have the
SDG Club.
Yes, and we have the Lagos State Youth Ambassador Academy. What anyone from the Lagos State Youth Ambassador Academy here? No one here. All right, let's appreciate that. Let's appreciate that.
Last but not the least, we have the generation of the tech Niger. He's a round of applause. A wonderful round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. So we are getting started very soon. We'll be receiving speakers, thumbs up to us about the environment, about plastic pollution, about a lot of things, right? About how we can also contribute effectively and efficiently as youth in this country to make the situation of the country better, right? But before then, they say all work has to be just no work. So I know it's not going to be a lot of work. Okay, so we're more or less starting with the play part of it. Are we happy about that? Are we interested?
This is using so much is like, no, that's not it's true. Okay, one of the
Oh, I thought you were right.
Oh yes, he also.
Yes, yeah. But don't worry, let's get to that part first. So I think
Well,
there was
can we afford that?
I think it's a game that we're going to familiar with. If not,
Maybe do and water.
So,
If the one the audio is
it's called drop your finger for
the audio is
sustainable practice, right?
what?
Okay.
Eh?
Drop your finger. If you, okay, first of all,
Why
raise
would-
your hand. Your finger should go
I didn't want to pick that up.
Off
Thank you so much.
Thank you for cooperating. I like it.
You just only meant to go without the
off the video first.
That's nice.
That's fine.
That's nice.
Right.
Drop a finger if you regularly bring your own and
It's done.
reusable bag when you go shopping. Drop a finger if you regularly bring your own reusable bag when you go.
Are you serious? Your own bag? Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
How many people drop finger?
I'm saying just one. I thought it was 2,
1, 2.
3. Wow. So you're letting me carry a nylon bag when you go to shop. Are you serious? Wow, that's nice.
So they're very big. They're very big. So I want to ask a question. See where you go to shop where at the market or at the mall. Everywhere. It interests me. To be very honest, I mean, I've never gone to any shopping mall. Maybe exactly.
You know, the point about you go something
have to buy your bag. You now go with your bag.
So I'm doing that, but
Confidence are
Actually, that's true. Right, right. Once a car like Sienna offers you free ride,
Mike.
once a car like Lexus offers you free ride, big Jeep, Nigerians are like, what is it for money?
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Probably that if you make an effort to conserve water at home, example, shorter showers, fixing leaks, watering plants. You make an effort to conserve water at your house. Yes. So this question of why do you know that is weak because of the economy? So the really want to present.
Very people don't only machine as well. That's why.
You understand? Have more like it. Okay. Drop a finger if you consciously try to reduce your production of single-use plastics. Example, using a reusable water bottle.
Everyone of us. You do that often, right? Like you reduce your plastics. I remember when I was in secondary school, when I buy video game, I can use that video bottle for 6 years. I'll keep going when I said, what that?
Well, that's a fact, right? I think that years back, people years back make subconsciously like we're more into sustainability. Because you remember those days when I was in school, primary school, people use exactly. School, right? People do it there, like what they you see them using the same thing all over again. But right now, most times, right from anywhere, you just throw it away, you just really eat. You don't want to see the package, you are concerned that just
Exactly.
I don't know how to wash start with, let's just kind of throw it away. But yeah, people then that's oh that shows that happens. Imagine that happening.
Yes, exactly.
That's very fantastic. Okay, drop a finger. If you regularly recycle paper, glass, and plastic.
I really made it. Should I made it? Sound. No Bluetooth.
How many of us have ever given plastic tools and you recycling it yourself? You have. Why? But the point
But I don't think that.
yeah.
Okay. So drop a finger if you consider it very well. Drop a finger if you try to buy books, source
Sources.
easy. Enough of those So I said, you didn't get this person. I said, you know, right? If you, like, if you try to buy
Asking questions.
yeah, I mean, everybody knows, right? Okay, drop a thing that you consider environmental. But let me tell you, before the advent of this mobility, let me read my mother. I didn't go to it everywhere. They see all everywhere. But still, the other you think about more.
I've been in this person to stop the rest of one.
Everywhere. Even when they're inside. It was showing them how my people like I'm pretending to have. It's very hilarious. Okay. So, if you have ever admitted or supported a system,
You like to speak? All right. So I am actually my name is Bukolo Ajayi. It's a pleasure to be here. I am actually the project lead for Women Against Plastic. Now, Women Against Plastic. So we educate women on safe use of plastic, reduce, recycle, and reduce, reuse, and recycle. And we also collect plastic at events and educate people. So that's one.
He's another person.
That's
Let's go.
all right, sir. My name is Ilyasu Ibrahim. I came from Kano. Okay. I support sustainability practices because
not done much for the environment, for nature. Remember today is World Environment Day. But do you think you've not done much for nature, or do you think there are other ways, other things you can do, to keep going well? So by next year, when we gather here, or it might not even be next year, maybe next event we're going to be having on sustainability, when we do this game again, fingers.
In fact, all the fingers will be down. Everybody's fingers will be down. That's
So
great.
do we think, do we have people who have somebody raising up her hand? I don't know whether she was trying to. Oh, she didn't raise up her hand.
All right, all right. So um, it's been an amazing one. I think we've been having fun so far,
Yeah.
and
Hope it continues that way.
exactly, exactly. And I think it's not just all about the game of the game here. But the game is also, like you said, informative for us to understand the essence why we are here. But the conversation we'll be driving here are things that we need to understand. Like I said, everything does not end in this room. We are not just speaking about it in this room. This room is enclosed, right? So everything we say here needs to be taken out there for people to understand. And it's good that we have people from different industries, from different um, walks of life, people to engage in conversations like this. So yes, it shows that this conversation is something that must be spoken about and of course be pushed out there. So let's do our best to push this conversation out there. It starts from you. I want you to turn to the person sitting beside you and tell the person it starts from you.
From you.
So just a little conversation you might have with your friends or in a community or society or a group, small group you are in, it goes a long way, right? So it starts from you. Tell the person it starts from you again.
Start from you.
Thank you.
So
Thank
moving
you.
forward, I would want you to bring out your phone. You're going to take a selfie now. I want you to take a selfie, maybe with person beside you and all of that. Post it on your different social media handles with the hashtag COYEC 2025. Please, can we do that?
Yes, we need to.
Bring out your phones. I mean, this is the forward right now.
Exactly.
You're on Instagram, LinkedIn, X, wherever, Facebook. Take a selfie, post it on your different social media handles, pages, platforms, with the hashtag COYEC 2025.
Yeah.
Have we done that?
Remember, it starts from you and it starts here. So this is the first step. This is the first step. Let's tell the world and let's show the world what we're doing here. Let's tell them what we are all about.
Have we done that? Have we done that? Have we? I believe we have. I believe we have. So yeah, this year's theme is end plastic pollution in Nigeria.
You want to say, okay, no problem. I think the narrative has changed in that perspective because about 10 years ago, I saw this problem, but now, put the plastic down, come back in the next 5 minutes. You see that somebody has actually fixed it. So I think we have scavengers actively in plastic. So that's putting a yes for awareness, but not necessarily for plastic.
Okay, please can I speak very briefly to what you just
Sure.
said now? In as much as I agree with you, right? I mean, right from time immemorial, yesterday when we went for our outreach, one lady made a comment that right from time she had been seeing these people, these Ebola, keep plastic on the road, right? So it has always been there, but that is not really the right thing, right? So you can't say because they are scavengers or they are people picking that you should keep putting them inside your dustbin. There's something called segregation. Do you understand? Eh? No, no, no. You said put it down, right? Before you come out, someone must have. But I believe that there's a refined way that we can do this. Do you understand? Because instead of you putting them inside your dustbin, merging them with other things, then when they get already looking less, people are not even buying them and all of that. It's safer to like separate. Isn't it very easier to gather? But in my estate, I mean, I'm also very good because my estate we don't have people more or less everything inside the dustbin. So when these normal people come, I see them, they keep separate, take them time to separate. And some of them must have been even been very best
Yeah.
and all of that. And I know that from recycling companies, they don't even buy those best ones because they want it to be very clean and all of that. So that's why we always advocate that you put it separate, like separate it from your other weight so that you understand, so that when even these people, when they come to pick it, it's easier for them to pick up. And you're also ensuring the neatness of whatever you are giving out to the recycling and all of that. So yeah, so I want to nudge all of us that we are living here today. And it's even a business, right? You can even start it in your street, in your estate and all of that. Just tell them, please, henceforth you can go from door to door, house to house. If you have plastics to dispose, keep them here. Or even if there is pack them for me, I'll come and carry. You're making money out of it, and as well you are ensuring or you are contributing to green sustainability. Okay, so we are going to get started.
Yeah,
We're
very
going
quickly. Yes, we have. We have.
yeah,
And it's beautiful that we're already driving the conversation already. So once the panelists or the speakers come, they already have a template to build on, right? And I think, in fact, we all deserve to be panelists. Let's appreciate ourselves one more time. Let's appreciate ourselves one more time. Yes, 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 yes. It's beautiful to say. All right, then. So I would also want to ask one more question before, because the next speaker, before we officially bring up our next speaker to come up on stage. So yes, it's a very interesting question and quite engaging as well. But then I want to ask, I want us to be very honest. If you have, of course, we all buy stuff once we take the mobile transport. What do you call bus? Moonway. Most of us will call it transit. You know, the person don't like saying it that I'm inside bus. They like saying I'm inside transit. It looks more fresh. But what do you call it? What do you call it, ma'am?
I think transit.
You said transit. All right, let's use the word transit. So once you're inside the transit, of course, you have so many persons coming to sell something to you, probably snacks, drinks, and all of that. So let's say you take a drink, for example, any kind of drink, any product. You want it to be very honest. Once you take the drink and you're done with it, or it can even be a bottled water, right? Once you take it and you're done with it, you throw it outside the bus or you put it inside your bag. Be very honest. Be very honest. I like this man here. He said, I'm not gonna lie, I throw it outside. I throw it. And it's always very sweet. Once you just finish this, I drop the last like the last drop outside the window. Right? Be very honest. You throw it outside. It's in your bag. Serious. How did I trust you? How many of us? How many of us? Wow. So, okay, what really forms that habit? I really want to know because it's not something that everybody does, right? You should have had probably something that propelled that thought or that mindset that once you are done with something, put it inside your bag, right? So let me hear from you.
My secondary school, because you can't drop anything on the floor, they will punish you. So it's nice. Catholic school, so there's no how you can drop it on the floor. I made it used to, even when I take nylon, I put it in my bag. She was caught young. Catch them young. She was caught young.
Catch them young. That's true. That's true. So because of pain, you didn't want to. Okay, let me share.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all here. My name is Lua. What started the culture of putting things in your bag once you consume them for me was, from time I was young, I always had this love for my environment. Now, personally, I studied geography. I'm a graduate of Obafemi Awolowo University. How great is it?
Then, see there.
So I graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University. I studied geography. Now the reason I studied geography was because I looked outside one window one day and I was like, "What's in geography? We have to know more about this." So that's why I chose the course. And whenever I go around on the street, I see people just dumping on the road. I'm like, there are a lot of adverse effects that come as a result of this action. And the thing about waste is it's the fact that it's the collective that is doing it that makes it so much more pronounced. Now, if I am not going to be part of that narrative, I have to be an exception. And to be an exception means I have to be responsible for my own waste. And if possible, inform others about theirs. So that way we can have collective change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are going to be having our clean remarks right away. And to do that, the first person to do that for us, I mean, she'll be joining us online. She's not physically present here, but she's here with us virtually. And that's the person of Professor Ngozi Odiaka, Country Director, Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Nigeria. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you guys have been saying.
Right, can we have the sound? Thank you.
I hope you're hearing me. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues who may be there now, and most importantly, the vibrant young leaders of Africa. Good morning to you all, and a very warm welcome to the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate, COYEC 2025. It's a yearly event which is designed to empower young African leaders with knowledge and skills to address climate and environmental challenges in Africa. It is with immense pleasure and a very profound sense of optimism that I stand or I'm here before you today to not just as the director of SDSN Nigeria, but as a fellow advocate for a sustainable and resilient future. My young man asked the question, what do you do with the bottle of drink when you take it? And I know many of us have our answers. So on behalf of the Sustainable Development Solution Network Nigeria, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who have made this groundbreaking event possible, and to each and every one of you, both here in Lagos and probably joining us virtually from across our magnificent continent. Thank you for being here, for your commitment, and also for your unwavering passion. COYEC 2025, taking place over these dynamic 2 days, June 4th, which was the Green Walk, and then today the 5th, is more than just a conference. It is a critical convergence point, I believe, and it is a testament to the power of youth, a recognition that the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation really demand urgent action, and that Africans, young people, are not just beneficiaries of solutions, but architects of them. Our goal for COYEC Our goal for COYEC 2025 is really clear. It is to empower you, our young African leaders, and our great change makers with the essential knowledge, practical skills, and robust networks needed to develop and implement real, tangible solutions. Solutions that will directly address the pressing climate and environmental challenges facing our beloved continent. We know that Africa is uniquely vulnerable to the impact of climate change, yet it also holds immense potential for innovative, sustainable development. That potential resides squarely within each of you. I believe that very strongly. This conference, therefore, is designed to unlock that potential, to provide you with hands-on training and to offer unparalleled opportunities to learn from leading experts on a diverse range of critical environmental issues, from climate change, mitigation and adaptation, to biodiversity loss, the promise of renewable energy, and the overarching principles of sustainable development. Over these 2 days, I'm sure you will engage in a very rich tapestry of activities, which I'm sure you started yesterday, with high-level keynote sessions that will inspire you, with interactive plenary discussions that will provoke your thoughts, and also innovation showcases that will ignite new ideas. We will launch a natural green campaign, which has been done, celebrate outstanding contributions through the Climate Leadership Awards. We'll explore groundbreaking initiatives at our exhibitions and, crucially, build vital networks that will sustain your efforts long after this conference concludes. You will have the privilege, I believe, by the grace of God, of interacting with distinguished speakers, dedicated government officials who may be there, visionary industry leaders, pioneering climate innovators, and of course, your fellow young change makers. So together, we will share insights, forge powerful partnerships, and collectively accelerate Africa's climate agenda. The future of our environment, the resilience of our communities, and then the sustainability of our development rests on the shoulders of the next generation. I'm one of those that believe in that very strongly. And from what I see before me today, and with what you guys have started, the work of yesterday and the discussions that you have had this morning with those 2 people, those shoulders are strong. Those shoulders are innovative. And those shoulders are ready to lead. So let us seize this opportunity. Let us learn. Let us collaborate. Let us innovate. Let us inspire. Let COYEC 2025 be the catalyst for a new era of youth-led climate action in Africa. I thank you, and I apologize that I'm not able to be there physically, but I know that all will be well. Thank you so much, and I again welcome you to COYEC 2025. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam.
unlock the potential within each of you to lead the change. As a health partner, study practices sustainability. We recognize that people change happens when you people are at the forefront, equipped with the skills, networks, and opportunities to act. To the speakers and panelists joining us today, thank you for sharing your expertise and passion. To every young leader in the room, online, your voice, your ideas, and your actions matter. You are the catalyst for the transformation that our world so urgently needs. As a member of today's program, I encourage you to engage fully, challenge assumptions, and work together to turn commitments to impactful solutions. Once again, on behalf of Sterling Bank, welcome to 2025 Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. Let us take a milestone in our collective vision and action.
A round of applause for her. Last task will be to make some of the plastic things very discussed. So just in case you forget to give us more, go and tap for that who are very much interested in plastic and all that business. Moving forward, we're going to do the and calling on stage Mr. Barak Kudra. Mr. Barak Kudra is program specialist for skills development and youth empowerment, UNICEF, Nigeria. With a round of applause for
World Environment Day. So let's try once again. Good morning. Good morning. Much better. Very stable. So first of all, thank you so much to Professor Rosie for the opening remarks and setting the tone, and to Mrs. Murni on Sterling Bank as well for giving her gracious remarks as well. My name is Bharat Kundra. I am from UNICEF, and within UNICEF, I work in the youth division called Generation Unlimited. And we work with public sector organizations, private sector organizations, development partners to help young people transition into the workforce and also help them become change makers in the society. And as change makers, it's very important that young people also contribute to the climate action in their communities as well. And we are very proud to share that SDSN is also a partner with us. When we heard about this event, we said we definitely want to support because it involves young people, it involves climate action. I think there's some technical issues. Probably all this happens, that's perfectly fine. So I'm honored to be part of this event today and get a chance to talk to the future of Nigeria, the future of the world as well, young people. And I have been told that so I'm honored to be here, and from UNICEF, it's very important for us to support young people. It's very important for us to support our partners like SDSN and other partners who are doing some great work on the ground. And it's very important for us to be present in these important landmark milestone events like World Environment Day. The theme for this year's World Environment Day is beating plastic pollution. And we feel it's
An
not just
urgent
timely,
call to
it's an
action for all
urgent.
of us. And what I want to share with you is
And what I
that
want to share
climate
with you is
crisis
that
is
climate
actually
crisis
a
is
children's crisis and a young
children's
people's
crisis
crisis,
and young people's
because a
crisis.
lot of the
Because a
people
lot of the
generation,
who are of older
they have lived
generation,
most of their
they have
formidable
lived
years,
most of the years,
and the problems that are going to
and
come up
the
in the
problem
world in
to
the
come
coming
up
years, they will
was
not
in the coming years
be the
will not
primary
be
bearers
primary
of that problems as well. So
bearers of
young
that
people
problem.
will be inheriting this world,
Inheriting
and
this
they will
world, they will be part of the workforce and they will be part of various series of their life. And if there is plastic problem and climate problem, it is going to impact the most our children and young people. Hence,
at UNICEF we say that if climate crisis is not just a climate crisis, it's a children's crisis and a young people's crisis as well, because of the major disruption that's going to cause in our day-to-day life. And we are already seeing this. I think if you read the news, you will see in certain part of Nigeria or certain part of the world, there is drought. In the same country, you will see floods. There are rising temperatures in some parts of the world or Nigeria as well. In some parts of the world, it's getting extremely cold as well. The water levels are rising. All this is causing disruption to our day-to-day life. And in fact, children and young people. But I also want to share with you a program that UNICEF has been doing to help solve and mitigate this issue. In 2023 at COP28, UNICEF, along with all its partners, launched the Global Green Rising Program. And that Green Rising Program is focused on helping young people like you solve climate issues at their community. So we're working very, very actively with all our partners from public sector, private sector, to support young people in tree planting campaigns, plastic waste collection campaigns, saving water, saving electricity, providing young people green skills, green jobs, green entrepreneurship. We're working in all these areas. If you've heard about us, if you've worked with us in one of our campaigns on the ground, that's great. If you've not, then please reach out to our basically one. I think SDSN will also be working with us, so they will also be able to share more information with you on this. And we are very, very proud to share that in less than 12 months, more than 100,000 youth have already participated with us through the Green Rising program, each one performing at least one action in their communities as well. And there are more avenues on which how all of you can collaborate as well. And I also want to share that out of 100,000, more than 50% are young women, which also makes us very proud, which also shows that young women are stepping up and they know how serious this issue is. Going forward, I would say that we are looking forward to expanding our partnership with SDSN. We are looking forward to expanding our partnership with the Ministry of Youth in Lagos State and also at the federal level. We're also looking at expanding our partnership with the Ministry of Environment, both at the Lagos State and at the federal level. In fact, with the Ministry of Environment, we have a currently ongoing program where we're doing plastic collection drive in 300 schools. But that partnership is also going to expand further. Again, I won't take too much of your time, but I would say that if each one of you basically want to participate in Green Rising, you can access the Green Rising Challenge on the YOMA platform. We have a central aggregator platform. Even SDSN opportunities are posted on the YOMA platform, and it's not a skilling platform, it's an aggregator platform. So what we found out is that a lot of young people, when they want to access skilling courses or when they want to access opportunities, they have to go on multiple websites, right? You have to go on the Microsoft website, you have to go on SDSN website, you have to go on the ministry's website. But we wanted to centralize all these opportunities into a single platform. And that's what YOMA does. And it also does, what it also does, it creates a sense of trust in young people because UNICEF is supporting that platform. So all the opportunities on YOMA are 100% verified. And if you go on YOMA right now, which is www.yoma.world, YOMA.world, you will find multiple opportunities like skill development opportunities, technical courses on AI, cybersecurity, design thinking, 21st century skills. You will find scholarship opportunities. We recently closed a scholarship opportunity. You will find internship opportunities. There are currently 8 internship opportunities live on YOMA as you go. And all of them are paid internships, but some of them are also remote based so that you can work from home. And many of them are also focused on young women as well. And you will also find challenges. Challenges, what we mean by that is you will find short tasks, micro tasks that you have to complete at your own home, wherever you are, and you have to upload proof of that task. And accordingly, we will incentivize you. There will be weekly raffles, monthly raffles, and the best entries will also win prizes as well. We also have certain challenges which are more basically require rigor and thinking. For example, currently we are inviting solutions from young people about solving the climate action open defecation problem in Nigeria. And again, the prizes for those challenges are quite good. You can check that out on YOMA as well. And so basically to close, again, I know lectures and speeches can be boring, so I won't take too much of your time, but I will close by saying that each one of you can take action. You do not have to wait for somebody else like me or somebody else to come here and remind you that what we can do. Each one of you has a lot of power. Simple things like segregating your garbage, saving electricity, saving water, talking to your local community leaders. If a group of people, young people get together, they can do cleanup drives in their schools, universities, communities. These are simple tasks, but it has a lot of impact in the long run. I would say, tell all the young people, my final message to all the young people is be part of the solution and think of how you can solve the climate crisis at your community level as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Moving forward, we're going to be having the Honorable Commissioner representative to come and give good message on behalf of the Honorable. We are talking about the Honorable Commissioner for so we're talking about the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Lagos State, person of Honorable Mobolaji Ogunlede. And he is ably represented today by Victoria. Come and help with this. So he's going to be ably represented by Victoria Banjo. Please, a round of applause for Victoria for the good message.
Good morning, visionary youth leaders, sustainability advocates, global citizens, and distinguished guests. Please permit me to begin by conveying the warm regards of the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Honorable Mobolaji Ogunlede. It is with sincere regret that he is unavoidably absent from today's event due to pressing official duties. He sends his outburst apologies and wishes to be here in person to engage with you all and lend his voice to this important occasion. My name is Victoria Banjo, and I am honored to represent him today and to share in this moment with you all, standing in for a man who remains deeply committed to the empowerment of our youth and sustainable development of our communities. It is with great enthusiasm that I extend warm greetings to all participants at the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. This gathering of passionate and dedicated young African leaders is a testament to the power of youth-driven initiatives as we convene to discuss pressing environmental and climate challenges. We recognize the critical role young people play in shaping a sustainable future for our continent. Your energy, creativity, and commitment to driving transformative solutions are essential in addressing the environmental crisis we face. The climate crisis is one of the most pressing issues of our time, and Africa is particularly vulnerable to its impact. Yet, I am heartened by the determination and resilience of young African leaders like ourselves. Your dedication to finding solutions is truly inspiring, and your work is shaping the future of our continent. I commend your efforts to empower yourself and your peers to take bold action towards a more sustainable and resilient Africa. Through collaborative learning, innovative thinking, and collective action, I have no doubt that you will develop impactful solutions that benefit not only your communities, but the entire continent. Your voices, perspectives, and ideas are crucial in shaping the policies and programs that will determine the future of our planet. As young leaders, we have a unique opportunity to influence the direction of environmental climate policies in Africa. I urge you to continue pushing for bold action and advocating for policies that prioritize sustainability. I am excited to see the innovative solutions and ideas we emerge from this conference. I have no doubt that the discussions, debates, and collaborations that take place here will lead to tangible outcomes and meaningful impacts on the ground. As you return to your communities and continue your work, I encourage you to stay committed to your vision of a sustainable and resilient Africa. Your work is not just about addressing environmental challenges, it's about building a better future for all Africans. In closing, I wish you fruitful deliberations, meaningful connections, and a renewed sense of purpose as we strive to protect our planet and ensure a brighter future for generations to come. May this conference be a catalyst for action, and may your collective efforts inspire a new wave of environmental and climate leadership across Africa. Together, we can make this happen. Together, we can drive these initiatives and movements. Happy World Environmental Day. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Please let's appreciate that once again. Thank you so much. Very quickly, without wasting too much of our time, we're having the next person come give a good old message, and that will be Mrs. Blessing Oduni. Mrs. Blessing Oduni is associate, is an associate for the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, and will be standing in for Mrs. Oreva, who is director of the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center. If you guys are not to be the president, I appreciate that. It comes up on stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Good morning, distinguished guests and the ever-visionary team at SDSN, Nigeria, committed to set an existing protocol. I'm delivering this goodwill message on behalf of Mrs. Oreva Tanya, our director at Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, the most sustainable team in the world. Who is out of town for an official engagement. Good morning once again and happy World Environment Day. Okay, so there could be no better occasion than today. Day set aside globally to reflect on our duty to protect the planet. For us to gather here at COYEC 2025, lighted by the resolve to unlock a plastic-free future through innovation and action. behalf of Lagos Business School and the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, I bring you warm greetings and our enthusiastic support for this all-important initiative. We're especially proud to share that we have just completed hosting the tenure for the Nigerian National Plastic Action Partnership, NPAP, which has now transitioned to the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, as the new host secretariat. Under our leadership at the Sustainability Center, we are privileged to support the NPAP in launching the Nigeria Plastic Action Roadmap, A strategic blueprint that, if fully implemented by stakeholders, across the public, private, and non-profit sectors, will roll back plastic pollution by 2040, transition Nigeria's plastic ecosystem to a truly circular economy, and unlock economic and social value for value chain actors at every level. At the heart of this transition, we have people, individuals like you, youth, creative, courageous, and committed. You are not only the future of climate action, but you are the now. Your leadership, innovation, and advocacy are essential to building a more sustainable Africa. And we commend SPSN Nigeria putting regional gatherings, space that does not only inspire, but mobilize action for innovation and a sustainable future. Always, the LBR Sustainability Center stands ready to partner with change makers to deepen impact, champion innovation, and also to put the people and the planet first. Let this not just be just like your regular conference. I wanted to say no, but also a turning point where bold ideas are matched with bold action. Thank you once again, everyone. Happy World Environment Day.
Thank you so much. That was quite energetic. Please, let's appreciate that again. Thank you. Yes, it's been an amazing one so far. We want to appreciate every single person that's, given a good home message as regards this course. And of course, we have been speaking about turning commitment into impactful solutions. And the last person that will be given a good home message will be the one and only Dr. Raimot Kichilayo Akomo, who is a research fellow and program coordinator at the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development for Lagos State University, Lagos, Nigeria. Please, let's appreciate that as it comes up to give a good home message. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raimot Titilade, not Titilayo. People usually call me Titilayo. Sorry, I have to say that. Thank you. So I welcome everybody here from Lagos State University. So basically, people usually talk about plastic, and what I've been hearing people saying since morning is this plastic bottle. It goes a long way from that, because we have plastic from these tires we're using. Plastic ranges from even these cigarettes before is a plastic. So it affects our land and water. I'm always biased with water because it's the last source of pollution in the world, because it's below every other level. So from the Lagos State University, the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, we try to say that for this plastic pollution to be eradicated or stop, we need to put in so many things into place, which is part of what we are doing today, advocating for it. Then, because we usually talk about not lack of awareness. I know there are awareness. So I think the best thing we need to do now, even as we are speaking, that people usually talk more on plastic bottles. All of us have to come here with our reusable plastic. I'm not sure, I've not seen. If you want to drink water, and I've not seen any seaway water or refillable water bottles that we can take our water from. So from the cost of research and academia, we usually say if the government will have provided a portable drinking water for everybody. I know that so many people and every one of us do not want to use our 200 naira to buy a bottle of water. We want to bring our bottles in, take that water, drink it, and keep the bottles back because it saves us cost. So basically, the only planet that God Almighty provided for all of us to be able to inhabit is this planet Earth. Let us strive continually to protect this planet for us all. Thank you very much.
For that brief goodwill message. So yeah, we are moving forward. We are advancing. We are having fun. Hope you're not having boring speeches. We are enjoying it. We are learning, and we are eager to learn more.
Clap yourself. So we're going to be having our keynote address.
Yes, we'll be having our keynote address, and of course is also to create awareness, and of course not just to create awareness, as he said, as the last speaker said, there's already enough awareness, for of course turning awareness into action, right? So we will be taking that.
Exactly. So for our keynote address, we're going to be having Mrs. Temitope Okonu. Mrs. Temitope Okonu is a certified teacher, proficient consultant, an award-winning environmental sustainability communicator, promoter and an advocate of environmental health, zero waste gardening, climate action, and conservation. She is the founder of FABE International Foundation and the current CEO of Eco Schools Nigeria, a not-for-profit environmental health and sustainability advocacy organization passionate about the establishment and improvement of a conscious generation committed and dedicated to the conservation, sustainability, and protection of the environment. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Temitope Okonu as she comes on stage for her keynote address.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. She'll be joining us in less than 2 minutes. So let's continue as we wait for Mrs. Temitope to come on stage. I'd want to call on somebody, right? I want just one person. So I want to see how far or how well we've been following with the flow of conversations and all of that, because they are all interconnected. And I don't want you to mix at any point in time.
Exactly.
So can one person tell us what he or she learned, or what he or she took out from what Mr. Kara told us?
Anyone?
Anyone?
Wow, so fast. Immediately, before even spoke with
okay.
it, anyways,
Nice.
that was amazing. Thank you. My name is Akitunde Rahim. I'm from Fountain University in Oshogo. I registered online, and probably I have where I stay in Lagos, and that gave me a ample opportunity to be here. So I really thank the organizers as well as Mr. Pra. Now, what I actually want to chip in is you have actually given us what can actually be time to say going down or breaking down the barriers that hinders initiatives like this. And one of the constraints that I'm a scholar of environmental health communication. I teach mass communication, and by practice, I've been involved in so many other initiatives and conferences like this. But for me today, what I actually take away is that the platform, the Yeoman, is one of the icing on the cake. And with this initiative like this, advocacy, interventions, and other things can actually meet action. And I am one of those that says, I think one of the constraints that we're having in getting these advocacies and these campaigns down, I think there is a language barrier. To a vast generality of the audience or the target for people out there, the communication or the language seems like something that is maybe egalitarian or is too elitic. And this announcer man out there that uses his sachet pure water, throws it away, an average woman in the market who buys an akara and it is packaged with a nylon thing, it shows that, the culture and how well we can get this across to them. I think initiative like this could make it available to the grassroots or the local community. And I think partnering with UNICEF and other agencies like SDN can actually make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir.
That shows that you're really listening, and I'm quite impressed. So Mrs. Temitope Okonu is here already.
Right.
I'm just going to take out 1 minute to read her bio again. And as I'm reading it, and as she's coming up on stage, I want you to clap for her, because it's not easy. Mrs. Temitope Okonu is a certified teacher, a proficient consultant, an award-winning environmental sustainability communicator, promoter, and advocate of environmental health, zero waste gardening, climate action, and conservation. She is the founder of FABE International Foundation and the current CEO of Eco Schools Nigeria, a not-for-profit environmental health and sustainability advocacy organizations passionate about the establishment and improvement of a conscious generation committed and dedicated to the conservation, sustainability, and protection of the environment. The round of applause for Mrs. Temitope Okonu as she comes up on stage to take the keynote address.
Thank you so much, ma.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much, ma. You look very beautiful. Good morning, everyone. Happy World Environment Day. You're not happy, why? You're not saying it back to me. Thank you. Usually the most beautiful day of the year, right? For environmentalists, right? All right, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me, SDSN, the COYEC team. I'm really excited to be here, especially seeing youth, still love the seat. So I'll say good morning again. Still blazing change makers, the future leaders leading today. Good morning to you all. I am honored to be here, standing before you as we address one of the most pertinent issues on earth today, which is plastic pollution. And today we'll be discussing or talking, interacting on how to unlock inclusive, community-driven and solutions using a powerful blend of indigenous wisdom and modern innovation. I can't express how excited I am to see the theme for World Environment Day 2025 play once again, on plastic pollution, because we first amplified back in 2018 at the FABE International Foundation in Lagos with our powerful call to action, Ditch Single-Use Plastic. Some of us do know that hashtag that time. Then when the UNEP brought the team for World Environment Day 2018, plastic pollution, we just think, into what we were escalating and promoting in Lagos State. We were so excited that year. So you can imagine the excitement again, how many years afterwards. So, I'd like to raise up your hand if you're using plastic. I see a culprit already. Don't look on that one. Some people have plastic bottles on their hands. So you might check in your bag. I know you didn't raise your hand, but you might check in your bag and see if there's one plastic or something. We are all corporate. We are all corporate. Your research, your earrings, your AirPods, your book, nylon. My God, I don't want to see. Oh yeah, what's going on? Why is that book in nylon? And you have Latepa here. They will ban you, ban the nylon, ban everything. Plastic is everywhere. In our market, in our oceans, on the streets, by the roadside, even the air that we breathe. I have my colleague here, Mr. Sokwetubamu, to tell you more. But some of the most damaging effects are not visible. We don't see them. So you see, plastic pollution is not just talking about littered streets, blocked drainages, swelling the floods that destroys our homes, properties, and shops and offices. It is those invisible toxins quietly leaching into our water bodies, our food, and of course our lungs. Microplastics entering into our bodies, into our bloodstream, and our ecosystem. Livelihoods are lost, especially for those fishing communities. Okwaja is one community that we operate in, and we can tell you for a fact, many homes have been lost to the sea, to the ocean. Cultural heritage gone. They can't even remember their childhood. And then generations growing up surrounded by waste, not nature. So the question is, Not whether plastic pollution is a problem, but because it is. The question should be, how do we solve this problem and in what way that will work for everyone? I know my topic talks about, we're supposed to talk about unlocking inclusive plastic solutions through indigenous knowledge and modern technology. And so that brings me to sharing, not just about the wisdom of our forefathers. Long before plastic existed, our indigenous communities knew how to live without creating waste. True or false? Okay, are you too young to know that? You know now. We know we have grandmas, we have grandpas. Our forefathers, they lived in harmony with nature. They were connected with nature. In the north, for instance, calabashes, clay pots, and we used to store water, carry water from those items. The epic. Do we have them here? Is it that they are not in Lagos? All right. Good. The videos, they would use raffia, moving baskets. Now we use the water hyacinth, it's much more developed innovation and all of that, instead of the plastic ones. They are all biodegradable containers. And they lasted. And guess what? They returned back to Earth. The Yorubas. Oh, and there people. Okay, we are in Lagos now. You have to show up. We use leaves, banana fibers, right? We use it to wrap what? The person say yes. Eh? Opada. And that Opada is a delicacy anywhere in the world. True or false? We use it to wrap our amala, our eba, and the jam. Today is what? Asepa. There are some people here. Oh. They are all biodegradable. They are safe, zero waste, zero chemical. We have that communal reuse system. We don't throw them away. Someone else needs it, even if it's not human. So these are not simply survival techniques or what we call it today, alternatives. Provide us with alternatives. You're banning these. What are the alternatives? They were not survival techniques either. They were the norm, the early models of the new circular economy. And many of these practices, they still exist today. We just don't have, we've not scaled them up yet. So another question is, why are we not learning from that culture? My topic before you today is, again, unlocking inclusive plastic solutions through indigenous knowledge and modern technology. You see, indigenous knowledge now shows us that it is very possible to thrive without plastic. Now let's talk about innovation and what technology brings to the table. We are seeing amazing new technologies. Bioplastics made from cassava, seaweed, water hyacinth, agricultural waste, AI-powered recycling portals. We're seeing apps that help communities to track and exchange recyclables for cash. We're seeing apps that connect waste collectors to recyclers. Tidy Nigeria, Packham app. We're seeing machines that turn plastic waste into building materials, clothes, even fuel. In Ibadan, Adejoke is transforming sachet water into beautiful bags. You know Adejoke? Do you know Adejoke? It has to be that. It has to yes, no. So I know that we are connecting. Today is World Environment Day now. In Lagos, we see Gibo, we see Tidy Nigeria, solar-powered recycling hubs, which are generating jobs, saving planet, our planet, Lagos State, Nigeria, from plastic. Technology is giving us those tools.
But tools only matter when people use them. How many of us is wearing a raffia accessory today or water ISN accessory? I'm funny. Nobody. So what uses our AI? I am, and I deliberately wore it. How many of us are using reusable water bottle this morning? Show up, show me, show up hands. Please put your hands together for that lady at the up. For 0.5% of the entire crowd. We are not using it. We are not. When you combine these traditional knowledge that we're talking about, you get that contextual, inclusive, and scalable solution. When the old meets the new, there is something called a synergy for solutions. The magic happens when we blend both worlds together. Imagine using that traditional food wrap, like the leaves that we talked about, but preserving them with a modern biodegradable coating. There is a bag that Boni Bio gives to us at the Eco School NG every year. It's a bag made of cassava. And we are proud to be partners with Boni Bio. And we are also proud to always use that bag every year, every time, because it only solidifies or it only helps to help us, throw the message around, share the message around. You see my bag, like, this bag is different. What's it made for? And I tell you, cassava. You're like, what? Yes, that's the reaction, but use it as well. And if you don't have access to cassava, reusable bag, cloth bag. Combining oral storytelling with digital apps to teach digital or to teach plastic literacy in low-income communities, for example, or empowering our local women to turn indigenous crafts into upcycled, exportable products. This is not nostalgia. It is innovation rooted in culture. We have some of these young people making beautiful things from fashion waste, and it is accessible. You know what I mean, fashion waste? Like Auntie is wearing that green and yellow. Is it Ankara or plastic? It's Ankara. Definitely there was waste. Did you collect that waste? Many of us are like that, don't worry. Many of us are like that. We don't collect that waste. But this lady goes to the fashion homes, houses, collects those waste, turn them into beautiful fashion accessories, and expose their own. People like, people like, it's from the fashion waste. Making money in dollars, in pounds. That lady is my in-law anyway. Trying together for her. So let me give you 3 examples. In Kenya, women cooperatives are building indigenous local soap, making local soap making with plastic-free packaging made from banana fibers. I see Dudu Osu. I don't know if you know Dudu Osu, the black soap. They started using paper, which is okay, but then again, you have to be a sustainability person to be able to ensure that you're recycling those papers and all of that. In Nigeria, we have tech startups who are working with communities to run traditional weaving techniques into eco packaging for products, like Adejoke again, because he's using all of those, the traditional weaving Ashoke thing. He uses that technology. It's an ancient technology from the Yoruba land. We use it to weave Ashoke, the Ashoke that is now in vogue. Even in the sun, people are wearing it today. So she uses that technique to make 2 bags, beautiful accessories, and because many people love her so much. Companies have started,
Alpha Part is converting fashion waste into jewelry accessories, like silicate is also recycling as well. So these are proof that innovation doesn't mean starting from scratch, but building on what already works. And they are young people. They are very, very young people. So you're now asking, I'm sure, in your mind, how can I be included? How can I participate in all of this? The truth is,
We can't build these solutions without, inclusion, first and foremost. But we want you to sit at the table, just like we're doing right now. We want those indigenous voices, to have that seat on not just any table, but an innovation field. My dear youths, young people, you don't be tokenized. Soft life. I have a youth, so I know what I'm saying. My first daughter is a youth. And those who have children, you understand what I say when your first daughter is a youth? No soft life. Nobody ever grew with soft life. If we grew with soft life, I don't think we'd be soft life right now. So don't be tokenized. Be trusted. Whatever skill you have, develop it, ensure that they are real and you are real. Be trusted as founders, as makers, developers, not messengers. We must ask ourselves, are those solutions our real change is inclusive, it starts from the grassroots, and then by the people who need the problem or who have lived the problem. Now, your role as a youth or as a young person, I've brought you hope, not hype. Sometimes I can be a little bit, I can be soft, I can be very bad. That's how life is anyway. Plastic pollution can feel very overwhelming. But here's what gives me hope. I've seen young people, like I said, in Ibadan, in Osun State, in Ibadan, great amazing. In Osun State, there's a young guy that I met that turns our paper waste into drop seeds. And I'm partnering with him. The foundation will be partnering with him this year for all our eco schools. Our eco schools are schools that are very low income, close to dump sites, highways, close to canals. There are those schools that you need to give a visit. But we're turning them into eco schools. So you come there and say, there's gold in this trash. That's kind of feeling. We have schools that don't have seats. Students in their hundreds study in that classroom with no ceiling, no fan, no light. So we're going to be converting schools like that into eco-friendly schools. That's what eco school safety means. I have seen young people design those things, organize community cleanups, turn trash to waste, turn trash to treasure, to beautiful stuff. I have watched plenty in Lagos and in Ogun State, and in some other eastern states, build furniture out of plastic waste, one of the things that the eco schools also do. Turn food waste into compost that they can use to amend the fast depleting soil and as fertilizers. I have mentored women in underserved communities, turning waste into income, livelihood, feeding their families, their children, and becoming a woman again. You know what that means. So what can you do? So if you have that crazy idea, inspired by your grandma's methods, maybe your grandma's kitchen, or your local culture, community, pursue it. Don't underestimate it. Start local, start small. One plastic-free solution from your culture and research. Find one plastic-free solution from your culture or research. You have Lasso here, we have UNICEF, and we have LBS. You can collaborate with them, and come up with a very good research that would help with whatever you're creating. Improve it and then scale it. Build bridges. Oh, I love that word a lot because I do it. I'm a huge fan of collaboration and partnership. If you Google Faith International Foundation, you see many partners that have worked with. So only because maybe when we started, we didn't even have the money. We didn't have grants. We were only relying on internally generated funds. But thank God for that, right? Because some NGOs don't even have any idea what we do. And before we started getting grants, we were collaborating. When I see something that will add value to the organization, environmentally, sustainably wise, we'll partner with you, even if you're 10-year-old. And that's how we're able to move around and to share the story around and share the solutions around. Collaboration is my own superpower. You can also make it your superpower. So don't say I don't have money. We have UNICEF here. Well, we're currently partnering with UNICEF through the Ministry of Environment for the young people plastic recovery challenge across 300 schools in Lagos State. Put your hands together for the But that's what we're currently doing, and challenge still on. We can't do it on our own, we have to be like beside us. Oh yeah, come and join. And beside us, who could manage that join us? And it will be wonderful to also see we started the recycling challenge in Lagos State, Nigeria 10 years ago. Let us encourage each other. So, partner with the coders, the scientists, herbalists. I don't think I stressed it because I didn't like herbalists. Herbalists, people who deal with herbs. I'm not talking about Babalawo. You know why? Because, well, that's another story which is not plastic related. But then our soil has plastic in it. And if we're not careful, we'll grow with the plastic in it. But today you can actually, collaborate with herbalists and be able to understand the kind of herbs to grow. I always like to say this, I have 17 vegetables in my home. And I plant them in plastic bottles, the used ones, plastic buckets, containers, tires on the wall in my rooftop. In my bathtub, I made the old ones. Also partner with historians. So these people give us a better context of how the past really looks like. If you don't have grandma, everybody has. We all came from something. So if you're not tech experts, find one. For me, I struggled with media for a long time. People will say, madam, what do you do a lot of work for? But we don't see your work. I'm like, really? What is all that I really don't see? I used to put on Facebook now. I used to put on Instagram. I don't see anything. Okay, what do we do? I had to go learn. I went back to, you don't have to go to school. There's so many online platforms where you can, begin to upgrade yourself. I upgraded myself. Sat down with young people. Oh yeah, shaking. Tell me what's going on. And then they started having interns in the organization. I was their best friend. Today, I can do Canva. I can do video editing, capture everywhere. And our story is right in your face. So if you don't know face, it's a shame. Right? So we need to find one, collaborate, partner, make people your friends. You learn more when you have intellectuals as your friend. I see she's a doctor, Dr. Temi Tope. She's my friend. All these Oyibo that I'm saying, sometimes I don't understand. I say, how far? I just want to read something about what she has read somewhere. I'm sure she does not know. Say, hey, so this is one research that she has done. Okay. That's good. Thank you. And that's how the world goes round. Maybe the lady that spoke from Lagos State, yeah, youth ministry. So one day I just going to Google her and name and say, this girl, she spoke so well. I don't know if you guys noticed. Please put your hands together for her. If you're starting small, start. Doesn't matter. Small actions, they actually compound. Stay grounded. Innovation is not always invention. Sometimes it's remembering what we forgot. And that's very true. Modern doesn't mean better. Blended is best. Plastic pollution will not be solved in the lab alone. It will be solved in markets, in villages, in hackathons, in conferences like this, in the school, your university. And most especially through people like you. So if you remember just one thing from this keynote speech today, let's see this one statement. A plastic-free future is not a fantasy. I'm going to I see young people like, but we service. And I'm like, but look at what's the No. Let's be intentional. It's one word I began to emphasize more and more since 2016. Be intentional in everything that you do. So you want to be an environmental expert or you want to be a sustainability expert. Let us see it in the way you talk, in the way you dress, in the way you interact. And through your posts, social media, and everybody's on social media, talk about it. That way, we know you're intentional. So a plastic-free future is not fantasy. It's already lived in parts of our past. Now, it's up to us to dare to connect that wisdom with the tools of today so we can build the world we truly deserve. And I know we can do this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Okono. You rightly said plastic, any part that plastic solution is not a fantasy. I think it's achievable, it is doable, and it takes all of us in this room to determine and tell ourselves that we can, probably we can. So I mean, she said a lot of things already, about recycling, using your material, already use materials and creating more beautiful ones, right? She mentioned some bags that relate cassava. So I mean, if you go to the market and see such bag, hope you buy. If you go to the market and see such bag, hope you buy. If not for any other ways of what has been said today, we shall continue to encourage green sustainability because it's very durable and achievable. So when we started earlier, we had an exercise for those of us that came earlier. And if I say green sustainability, you say Nigerian way of life, because we are trying to push for a time where green sustainability will not just be an ideology, but it's become our way of life, to become part of us, to be a lifestyle. Just like we have lifestyle influencers, you don't be part of us. So if I say green sustainability, you say Nigerian way of life. Green sustainability. Green sustainability. Thank you so much. So we're going to have our panel discussion right away. But before that, I forgot to introduce myself from the onset. I am Cynthia Ekika. I'm a lawyer. I'm a spoken word artist, and I also happen to be the Lagos State co-leader for the National Green Campaign 2025. And it's an absolute pleasure to be today hosting COYEC 2025. Thank you so much. So yeah, we're having our first panel discussion, like I said, and it's going to be on a very important thing. And this thing that is centered on the theme for Environment Day, World Environment Day 2025, which is End Plastic Pollution. So this thing is on unlocking inclusive plastic solutions through indigenous knowledge and modern technology. So this is the part where we connect with indigenous knowledge, the traditional ways with the current trendy technology that we have right now. Someone said something, I forgot the person that has this quote, but they said that if you jettison the past, the future will be open. So you have to be aware of what has been happening in the past. So when you're in the present, you connect it to try and connect and merge the two of them to achieve greater goals in the future. So without wasting much of our time, I'm going to go right into introducing the great speakers, policymakers that we're going to be having speak to us on this very unique thing today. And in no particular order, to be introducing the first Dr. Babatunde Ajayi. So Babatunde Ajayi is the World Health Doctor, expertise in environmental health and disaster epidemiology. He has worked with the WHO, that's World Health Organization, and Lagos State government, and is a public health fellow of the Erasmus Mundus Fellowship. Erasmus Mundus Fellowship. What? What era? Thank you so much. Erasmus Mundus Fellowship. He holds an MBBS from Lagos State University, a master's in public health and disasters from the Catholic University of London, and an MBA from Warwick Business School, an alumnus of Harvard Business School. He currently serves as General Manager of LASEPAS, where he advances environmental health, sustainability, and green economy initiatives to promote a healthier, more resilient Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for. Okay, being represented. I will get that. Okay, he is being represented today by Mrs. Kemi Bankole. A round of applause for Bankole. Thank you so much, Mark, for being here. Moving forward, we have next on our list, Olumide Idowu. Olumide Idowu also happens to be one of our guest speakers for the National Youth Campaign Lagos if I was there, and he's here today again. Olumide is the co-founder of the International Climate Change Development Initiative, a non-governmental organization that aims to produce climate-smart generation throughout Africa, while also tackling development disparities. He also serves as the UNDP, Small Grants Programs Youth Vocal Point in Nigeria, as well as the youth lead author of the Global Environmental Act Youth, and the executive coordinator of the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change. He has been actively involved in climate change activism for the past 12 years and is strategically positioned to engage both younger and older generations through his active engagement in climate change organizations and social media, where he is known as Mr. Climate. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Climate. Thank you so much for being here. So up next, is Mr. Sorry, I'm going to very forgive me. Up next is Mr. Kekeyawo Onyo. Sorry, let me come back. Sorry, I apologize. So if you come there, I should be saying them appropriately. He's the Association Product Manager, First Bank. Results-driven product manager with over 4 years of experience at the sector of and digital innovation. A graduate of industrial chemistry from the University of Ilorin. He currently leads the West Bank, the recycling business unit at the Alternative Bank, where he successfully scaled operations from collecting just 10 kg of recyclable material to over 2,000 kg. Please clap. Went back and forth from a basic aggregator into a full-fledged producer of plastic plates. He brings deep expertise in people management, operational specializations, and driving steady growth in emerging green sectors. His approach is anchored on impact, efficiency, and building sustainable value change through technology and strategic collaboration. Please, a round of applause for Mr.
those things that have been done from time immemorial, and how we can relate them to the Gen Zs, right? And how we can also foster it for better achievement in the future. So I'm going to go right away to ask questions. So I will start with Mr. Climate. Mr. Climate, so we already see, I mean, in the society in Lagos and all over the country, we already see this, waste, plastic all over. So I want you to help us give more context to the harm, right? The disadvantages of this plastic in our community, how it has affected us, and how it will affect Catholics in Nigeria. And please specifically, we want to also hear some examples that might not be obvious in relation to this plastic pollution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'm not a plastic expert, but I'm going to try my best. I don't know whether any of us know about the One Earth program, about human health, Yeah, so I will use that as an example because one of the biggest things we are facing presently is that it's killing the animals and it's killing the human health. So I think there's a lot of enforcement. We have LASEPA. I will use every enforcement against in Lagos because if you look at what they call it, our brothers that wear yellow clothes, what's their name? Last man. When you throw bottle out of your car, does last man hold you down? No. So I think the enforcement to stop across all, our possibility so that we can be able to start looking at how is this affecting, even not only when it goes to the drainage, when it goes to the what they call it, to the workplace, how does it actually affect us? So when you use the conversation of the One Earth to explain this issue, you will know that plastic pollution is one of the time bombs that is actually affecting everybody. There's a picture that is going around for the past 10 years now. And I'm still telling me that, is it true? There's a picture from Surulere. I don't know whether everybody has seen that picture. With a lot of pet bottles on the street. Is it true? Or is it AI? It's true. Have you seen the picture? I still have issues with that picture because if that is what we have 10 years ago, then everybody in Lagos State should be billionaire now. Because when people tell us that you can make more money from plastic, why do we have this plastic from 10 years ago? Just Google just a the plastic on the road. You will see that plastic was so much that I don't think cars can actually even pass. So it's very important that we start looking at the way we manage, the way we innovate, and the way we start taking plastic as a serious problem for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that brief and wonderful explanation, Mr. Climate. So we are going to build more on this, right? Because we see this happen every day. And I want to talk to Mr. Koyum at this point. So many young people feel overwhelmed by plastic. Seems as though it's never going to end, although we still have hope. I mean, Okoni already said that it's not a fantasy, so it's durable. So what is that one thing that you have seen in your area of practice or in your project that has given you an item of hope, not that massive hope, that this can actually end, plastic can actually end in Nigeria? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Something I believe that yes, it can actually end plastic pollution, but then we actually need to get it from the scratch. And what do I mean by from the scratch? Information. We have to learn it humans, youth, that they know what is right. Let me take for instance, a scenario in many of in a friend community, household, right? On a Sunday morning, we go to church, people, you eat, you drink, they really for church, right? You need to start sustainability practices from there, right? So you have your leftover yam, egg, plastic bottles, and all of a sudden you dump everything into one big bowl of whatever. No, it's not supposed to be like yes, it's not supposed to. So separate it recyclables, organic from inorganic, which makes sorting much more easier from the shop, right? We'll still get there, right? But then if there's something the developed countries, right, have more than this underdeveloped countries is policies put in place, right? Policies put in place. There's a strict law in Denmark, right? You have to provide concept for the house. But then um overwhelming. So in my of practice as an expert, application whereby young or old can actually schedule a pickup for become an agent there, and you get paid for this thing. To do much as a youth. Just need to do something.
Can talk about that more. So I'm going to go straight and things as we do. What happens when you track what kind of what I think this example is like what's like the worst case scenario.
Morning, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my TM's apologies for not being here physically. He has so many other things to do, and all these activities are packed right before the Salah holiday. So I had to represent. So once again, happy World Environment Day. So, and the question you asked is very pertinent. It's has to do with what the world will be. Plastic pollution has not been tackled. You know, it pains me to know that for every cubic mile of water, yesterday I was at Makupo, and all this plastic issue too. It would be a kind of but before it would think Makupo would be like, you know, we or like 6 years in a couple of years. But when I mentioned it yesterday, people drink and they were laughing. But I told them Makupo can be like the Maldives, where you can see your fishes, you know, swimming in blue waters. First and foremost, by tackling this issue. But first and foremost, never get that word again. We have to handle our behavior, serving public pollution. I believe we have become like basically policies that were supposed to be done, they were implemented right there and then. I remember the days of Coca-Cola bottles. We don't take Coca-Cola. What we do? We return them back to the factories. If that had been done since from the onset, I believe it would have been like this. If it continues, if plastic continues to be disposed of in a way it's not supposed to be, it can cause environmental health issues. This is we talked about microplastics. In every activity that involves plastics, tiny bits of plastics are released into the environment in the form of microplastics. We can't see these microplastics. And through consumption, through contact, they find their way to human bodies as well as animals. I head the natural resources protection department of the agency, and I come in contact with issues like this all the time. But plastic has become a menace, but it's a good thing that the action has started as it is, so that we will not have a world whereby we start wondering what we have done. We see all kinds of diseases coming up, and then some environmental health issues. Diseases coming up that are related to plastic pollution. I don't want to mention any of them. You see cancer, response, megaloplasma, all this is coming up. Names you haven't heard of before, especially in young people. So it is pertinent for the youth to have that basic behavioral change so that things like that will not happen in the future. We don't want to think about it happening at all. And the action that has started now will make sure that happens. So apart from that, in the community, plastic pollution also is a menace as it is. Understand? So when plastic comes up, the community-driven strategies are needed to handle this. And that's why this issue that this COYEC program is very important. It's just like an awareness, understand, so that we will not have cause to encounter environmental health problems due to plastics. They are not biological, they are not biodegradable. So they just stay there. In the cases where the body will get these bits of microplastics, they will not move. They'll just stay there and cause a kind of a problem. I remember some time ago, one of my neighbors had an animal. That animal ate leaves, and I don't know, maybe due to hunger or something, just deviated from leaves and started eating nylon instead. We didn't know at that point, was back one time. So I'm trying to compare that animal with human beings. That animal ate the nylon directly. You understand? But humans will not take nylon directly because of the knowledge we have about it. But when it comes clustered in food, when it comes mixed with water, the effects will definitely be the same. You understand what I'm saying? So that animal was in such agony. It ate, and the nylon didn't digest, it was just there. It didn't know on time, the woman is not learning, she's afraid and all. So if it had been the case where we had a vest around, we have been scanned, and then perhaps was they are not died. And when it was December, we found out that the nylon was just there, doing nothing, didn't move forward or back. So it makes me consider what happened to a human being or what happened to an entire community if such things happen. So we thank God for the climate action, thank God for actions that are coming up in order to curb this thing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, I mean, these are real life situations that we are all we are learning why it's very important to look into waste management and proper disposal. Very necessary. So we are going to also move back to the climate. So we heard so much about modern technology and how that has been used in solving problems. So we want to dive into this indigenous knowledge. With instances, we explain to us the indigenous knowledge that can be harnessed in ending plastic pollution in the country.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start. How many of us have seen the waste management policy in Nigeria? How many of us? What of the recycling policy? Do we have it? How many of us have seen it? No. I want to see the answer. I have seen it. Nobody. Yes, all of us, we are experts, we are researchers. But you know, the problem we find ourselves is that when our mother here from Lasepa, she was talking about what Lasepa is doing, they have a policy that guides them. One of the problems we find ourselves into is that most of us, we don't read our policy, even though they say it looks nice. But sometimes you can pick some action, some activities and projects out of the policy. We have two different policies, one on waste and one on recycling. And I think this now cascades to the indigenous conversation that I want to have. If a policy is there and it's not guiding us, I don't want us to talk about politics. Because people will say that we just have a policy on the shelf, but it's not, people are not implementing it. Let's forget that. Even when we have it, how many of us have read about it, have looked through it, and understand what is in the context of the content in the policy? Because most of all these things are what fuel the awareness and what you see. When we talk about enforcement, there are a lot of active actions in the policy that can tell you what to do at right. Why do we always go to LASEPA? We want to report noise pollution. Why? It's because it's being guided in the policy. Why do we talk about electronic waste? Why do you run to LASEPA? Why do you run to LOMA when it comes to our household waste? It's because everything is being guided by. Because you were talking about you want to start something. I will tell you that knowledge is already in the policy. When you start, there's no how LOMA will come and pack you, because they know that everybody keeps telling us that waste is resources, right? That waste is now money. Definitely, they will not do that. But what I'm trying to say here is that I think for us to grow, for us to take a step from bottom approach, we need to start looking at all those I remember I think I'm part of that generation now, that we drank what they call it, Coke in bottle, not plastic. And it is true, I remember then my mother would tell us that and some of us also use it to buy kerosene. That's a form of what we use or recycle. But what is happening now is because most of us we've left those indigenous knowledge. And we started forming, I'm a big boy, I can't drink water. Most of us can even drink Coke in glass cup. We just want to show that. So it's something that we pass through every day, but we don't know. And that is why most times our parents, we say in Proverbs, on all these things you are talking about, that is your own time. But when it comes to the issue of innovation and thinking about indigenous knowledge, you'll be able to understand that we are still going back to those things that our parents always do there to keep the plastic or any plastic pollution. So I think it's high time for us, not only, and it's very good to start speaking the language that these people understand, so that we can translate this conversation to them in the local language. And also to make sure that in as much as we understand these new technology that is coming out, we should understand that the old way of ending plastic pollution can still be advanced, can still bring innovation through them and start talking about how we can instill this knowledge in our people. I will just end by saying that it's very important that all of us go back. Let us pick those policies. Forget whether the government is not implementing it. We can use our own, actions to start looking at how we can. All of us, we are from different organizations and we do different programs and projects. You can take a portion of the policy, act of the policy to implement projects and programs, and you relate it to respective agencies so that we can be able to start talking about those conversations from bottom up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Climate. So I am going to ask that you help us to enlighten us. About modern technology. So are there places that these two factors are already like can be put together and we already recorded stuff when it comes to any platform? And what can we learn from those successes and implement them here in Nigeria so that things can also start working well?
Okay, so I'll use wisdom. So like I said, wisdom is an occupation that allows you to share people. Simple. So we're actually making traditional schools and then the modern technology. So how do you traditional methods? So if you have something right, you look from starting up, right? You can actually begin that with proper discussion, right? Leveraging the technology. Now, this is what we don't have. We're actually bringing local scavengers. We don't not just scavengers, people you and a business owner. Come on board. We want you to tackle waste together with us. I'll provide the technology, which is simple to right? It just for me to connect this scavenger or anybody, business owner. You know what? I have 2 kg of recyclables to be picked up at Shomori, somewhere closer to the scavenger. In fact, you don't even need to do much. Give me your location as a scavenger and I'll connect someone to you. So automatically I'm riding on the existing modern technology, right? Leveraging it with scavengers that they've always been there, right? Picking these recyclables. And together you see what? You have a bit of recyclables picked up from that particular aspect, right? So it's something it's doable. Leveraging both modern technology and past traditional method connect recycling and also tackle. So we have actually done all of those, right? It just connect who is in what location, right? Let me connect you with a customer that wants recycling as well to pick up that. So it's because we've done that and well, every one of us spread the word out. You can actually use this bank to support recycling, and it's not just PET bottles, down to aluminum can, straps, metal straps, and then carton, your processing line, right? Once you have all this together, one way or the other, you're able to tackle plastic pollution at one point.
So Heidi, just the same way you're right, you can actually put them on baskets, saving you a lot of time for transporting them or comparing them to cycling. So I think they've actually made things easier for not easier to even gather plastics and get rid of them and get your money. I mean, you didn't add about very important.
Very, 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 very important. Very, very important. So at Waste Bank, in fact, at the ideation of Waste Bank, you have something for me. So at the ideation of Waste Bank, so the plan was, how can we give back to society? Then this brilliant idea came on. You know what? let's collect paper recyclables. I want to pay them. I can actually, if I come to this question now, how many of us get something in return when we dispose our recyclables? I'm putting it out there. None. None. One. Like the question is, how many of us get rewards, incentives? Okay. Two. So this is what I'm saying, right? It's not what people like us, right? Get that advantage. Actually, because the world is not out there. Now you can actually see that the problem is out. All your used PET bottles and you can actually store it 2 kg, 3 kg, right? You can actually sell as high as 500, 700 naira per kg of this can. And if you have more of them in your household, believe me, you can actually use that to sort your airtime, your data, and the like. So it's not just you putting out your recyclables out there, but you get return from it. In fact, as we speak now, right, there's a campaign going on around solar access, right? For today, we World Environment Day, is that we're actually going to communities and we take that communities to pitch how to tackle the proper waste. And now we actually doubling the price of what we're selling right now, of what we're buying from customers. So you can actually sell your recyclables, your aluminum can, as high as 1,000 naira, 1,500 naira now. And you have more of these things in kilograms. Believe me, you're a millionaire. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, the highest figure. Yesterday, I heard the one is 300, 700. That means I will be giving money to you. Okay, moving forward, if any want to ask, I know most of us here are you, and people already like nurturing the idea of starting things to contribute to any pollution in the country. So what advice that one person who think that maybe my idea is to be key or it's not important, it's not that modern? What advice ongoing maybe try to merge the old and the new and achieve a better result? Thank you for the question. First and foremost, I'd like to say that it takes a person to enlighten an entire community. Takes a march to light a green field to fire. So when one person starts, or when one person works on the initiative, then the whole other group of people will join. Understand? So when it comes to businesses that are sustainable, that are into environmental conservation, I think for that one person, that person can start. He mentioned his own platform. It's a good way to start. You understand? What I'm saying is that most of our youth today are modern, how do I put it? The Gen Z generation. They want to go modern. When you talk about tech savvy, yeah. When you talk about that, they want to look at it from technical aspects. Understand? Many things are online now. He mentioned his own platform online. And I would have loved it for you to have more advertisement, more communication, more advocacy on your platform. Understand? Because I live in the inside the home, not downstairs. I don't have to move inside. You understand? I live way inside the home. And there are lots of people there that are not doing anything. Though there's a place at the point when I go out early in the morning, I see people packing these things, picking PET bottles and putting them together. Many people, like to have said, things are cake. Understand? But I think for that one person, if he or she can package it in a way that can attract other youths. But what I see now, what the youth see now, is the attractive form of things. You understand? Even if it's glittering, it's not glittering. That way. There's a way that person should put it. He has done his own aspect, he has done his own. And she has said we should start small. I think the person said we should start small. We have to. Starting small means making it attractive to those ones out there. So that flame can move on. You understand what I'm saying? And
we should not forget the policies aspect of it. Everything should be done according to the law. NASEPA works on the Lagos State Environmental Law of 2017, and most of our policies are derived from there, including the Ministry of Environment. So those laws, as I said, we need to be savvy, we need to understand, we need to delve into and read these laws. One other thing is that the youth of today, sometimes, apart from maybe looking at the phone, it's not really reading. You understand? The aspect of books is now getting to the back burner. Even my children as well, I said, try to read some things. We read books then. But now, even books are online. And that's how tell me, I say, if you go to the library, it's there, you know, that kind of thing. So when this thing comes up, maybe we need to kind of change them, kind of modify them into online books that they can read and watch it, let it come up once in a while. It's a practice form that can make them, that can attract them, that can make them go further and see to that they impact their life. Understand? So I think for the young person coming in, I would say that the future is bright. Even when it comes to environmental conservation, plastic and thinking and all that stuff, the future is very bright. And when that comes up, at least one person, it takes a person to actually do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stanley. Thank you so much. I mean, I want to add that more young person can see to have dream or vision to come to limelight. I mean, we're in a world where everything is very trendy. Technology, everybody wants to be a tech project, but it wasn't be a tech project. What's important is that you have the idea, and if you notice that our indigenous knowledge and crafts, like they are diminishing, right? So the ones that we still have, they are becoming aesthetic, but people don't see it all the time. So they're not being revamped, and people are putting sandy pots as expected in their homes and all of that. So that idea you have, no matter how traditional it is, bring things to limelight. The most important is to find people around you who are technically inclined that can take up that aspect and also refine it. So yeah, it wasn't that technology someone. And knowledge is not to a fake. So I will move over to Mr. Panmit. So I have another question for you. So imagine somebody has an idea, like an alternative for plastic, right? I'll give an example. I don't know that you notice some straws now, the straw used in sipping drinks have you noticed like it's not paper like so imagine a youth has that alternative plastic. So how does the person go about? And those things are very important. How the best go about to connect with scientists or people, investors that can bring this idea to limelight?
Okay, thank you. But I'm not an investor. But I would say that it's very important that you look for your like-minded person so that you can collaborate to start.
Scientists are both science.
Yes, even if you're not scientists, someone that have done it before, then you need to learn from them so that you don't have all those starting. I will always say we should think big and start small. It is when you start, we know that thinking big is not easy. So I will also say that it's very, very important. Like we are talking about education. You know, there are times that when you practice something, it's different from reading something. So you need to marry those two together. But when it comes to getting funding, you know, it's a big challenge now in the ecosystem that funding is very, very challenging. And the only way I think we can start supporting ourselves is that number one, as young people, in as much as you are doing little things, showcase it, let people know what you are doing. Recently, I had a conversation with somebody. He's a very cultural person and he's a climate activist. When you promote the cultural part of it, that climate activism, unfortunately, he was supposed to be selected for something, but what they say on the social media was just culture. So indirectly, nobody will know what is going. So I think it's very important that we showcase what we do now that we have a social media platform. With that, you know somebody can identify what you are doing and get to connect with you. Then secondly, it's also very important that you remember from that back of your mind that everything you want to do now, somebody in Jalingo is thinking about it. So the earlier you quickly push it out, the earlier you collaborate with that person in journey. So sometimes most of us don't want to approach governments when we are developing. It is also very important that when you have an idea that is solving e-waste, if you approach it yourself and your idea is very interesting, I think it's going to also open you up for them to showcase what you are doing. Like if they are having an event, you can easily come and showcase your activity. And from there, you can easily get somebody to that want to support you. Then lastly, you also need to understand that you need to not create an ecosystem in front of people that are doing the same thing you are doing. For instance, if you are in the waste recycling space, I know that we have what we call the Recycling Association of Nigeria. We have LACRA. Those are the kind of networks you need to join because there's a lot of opportunities that comes in that sector or in that group that you can also tap in. Who knows whether it's your own idea that's going to, but just know at the back of your mind that it is not easy. But if you follow through some stages and steps, you'll be able to get it. It's not about writing proposals, it's about somebody identifying what you are doing. What you are doing and can now cascade into those, oh, can you give us 30 pounds of this? Can you no? That's how to start going. Like my brother here, he did not everybody used their pocket money to start something. But by the time that person is telling the story, you'll be taking that person and never start to training. But I will tell you that it is high time for us as young people. No matter if you're a storyteller, tell the story in a way that people will be able to know what you are doing. You can be telling the story from an organization, you're making money, right? You're also achieving your aim. So I think it's high time for us to start thinking about that. Not thinking about because everybody is applying for selling bank grants, not to go and apply. Why nobody even know what you're actually inventing or what you're doing in your own business or organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Climate. We are running out, so we want to have I tell us that one thing that every youth gets to take respect to contributing immensely to plastic pollution. Let's help.
Thank you for the brief. I work with the government, and I want to tell every youth here that the government does not balance. He mentions that when you have that idea, you need to approach certain people who understand the system. So there's the fear. I had a chance on the course to hear one person say that. And if I take it to the government, it steals the idea. Well, before it gets good, it's going to stop somewhere, and that recognition will have been thing. You understand? So, as a wise we have all of our we have online platforms where you just sign yourself online. But if you have any issue, we even have complaint segments, and you can even approach. I can even be a go-to person.
So we shall still do it at the end of the day.
It's okay to bring in. That's just what I want to tell you. It's okay to bring in. But what also matters for you to raise an action when it comes to mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That one thing that everything respect to the end of plastic pollution in the country.
So you can't just see that it comes to the house. You know, tell it there if you want to be. See, it's actually funny how back then we feel that because in school, and then we have some our colleagues then doing this and like it's good. Not a few years ago, probably if I've been picking for the past 5 to 6 years, maybe I'll be getting to that with the most but then right, we just have to start somewhere. We need to make searches, we need to join some blogs actually libraries and eco-friendly, green ways and the rest. And also Mr. Climate spoke about some certain association, Lagos State Recycling Association, ran the second association of Innovator. And the basic thing about this association that you can actually join as yes, it's possible. It's possible, like I said.
Other association, you can actually we don't do this now for really youth or students. Yes, this is what I know. But that's just one of it. Make researches, join clubs and then association, and then you start doing something, right? And tell people that ideation is interesting. Implementation is what is make the work sense, right? I think I'm free. Suppose that I think you have immediately from it. People write 100 proposals. I guess what I try to speeding up, right? So sharpness, progress is a better it's what I give it. That's it. But you sit at your office, at your place of work, or at home, and taking it. I tried it. I want it. Then somewhere, right? Everybody writing a proposal, a request to grant towards the scale up the little idea you should have. So, like I said earlier, just start something, just do something, and we it's short and free. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have come. No, yeah, I think you have to think tradition, think indigenous knowledge, think modern technology, they bring them together for effective, much more better results. Thank you very much. So we should wrap now. Let's be calling dog. Yeah, no, you're not ready. Thank you so much. It was indeed a wonderful session. Israel. Yeah.
All kinds of one thing that we still have
Just that, and any class solution is very fantastic. The money part of the house, yeah. I heard 700. Don't let money go be like me. So yeah, after I'm going to start collection, yeah. Class solution.
And I hope more learn something. If not too much pain, at least one thing or the other will be able to keep here and there. And of course, I believe that most parts have been done by now. Yes, a lot of to appreciate our parents for even for insightful from all right. I think to say this, we're speaking about creating a sustainable environment for the future, also for now, right? And I think I also said earlier, like start from you, right? So I just want to quickly show something. So I took one street there, just like one small street there. I consumed it 3 times. Yeah, but like I do like line of the sun. I didn't put it on the floor.
Right? Single thing that consume plastic for the government is special when you get to the sports that you get to set aside the stuff from buying every consumable item into one particular space. So I'm learning a lot. Even as a host here, I'm learning a lot. Yes, that's amazing. And I really want to say we have experience of the as well. Check them out. You can see hi. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Basic product that you want to check out. I think I saw one. It's called period compressor. What was it called? Period call. I love that. You give it a period call. So for ladies, especially, go check it out. Reading out. Just check it. Amazing product. So very basic.
Yeah, I think the checking out will be done after now, so that you don't, cause distraction when speakers are speaking. So we're moving over to the next panel, right? And
next panel, we should have the pledge.
Okay, yeah, sure.
We should have the pledge. We should have the pledge. Because we are driven this conversation this far, we want every single one of us to participate by rising up on our feet. First off, I really appreciate you rise up on our feet and we give the pledge, the COYEC pledge. You know the thing is unlocking the plastic-free future, and we want us to present the pledge on the screen so every single person can get to read through it and solidarity can push this whole cause.
We're not going to keep you all standing for a long time. Just going to take a while.
So before we go on to say this, I want us all to bring out our phones. I want us to bring out our phones very quickly. I hope that's not too much of a task for us to do. Yes, well, we're I love that. I love that. So love us to bring out our phones. So while we're taking the pledge, you say it to your phone, you make a video, you can peer with your partner does have fun. Your I love that. I love that. So you can peer with your partner while we're saying the pledge. Just say to your phone, make a video, and when we're done with the video, push it to our social media platforms. Like I said, it starts from you.
Right? The hashtag COYEC 2025.
Yes, COYEC 2025. I also have another interesting hashtag here, plastic free. Of course, when we get to side pledge, let us know what we do next. So are we ready? Are we ready? All right, let's go. All right, my voice. Sorry. You know what? Let's do it together. I'll take it and we'll go next. All right. So 1, 2, go. I'll raise my voice for clean waters and thriving ecosystems.
I'll raise my voice at clean waters and thriving ecosystems.
Technologies that reduce plastic waste.
I will support and promote technologies that reduce plastic waste.
I will hold myself and others accountable.
I will hold myself and others accountable.
Live on this earth.
For the footprints we leave on this earth.
Part of the solution.
I pledge to be part of the solution. Turn ideas into impact. To turn concern into commitment. And to turn this moment into a movement.
So we can all take our videos, share to our social media platforms with the hashtag plastic free future and hashtag COYEC 2025. That's my two. Yes. Why don't you
Conversation is going to be exciting today. What I'm gonna do is that I have a ChatGPT supporting me to do this moderation. And if you don't, yes, I don't play. What I did is let me teach you how to do this now. They gave me this massive sheet of what the whole session is about. I just gave it to ChatGPT. I just told ChatGPT, this thing is good thing, there's something in it. Please do it fast as possible. And it gave me everything. So yes, ChatGPT is my co-moderator. Please use ChatGPT for everything. Give me a round of applause now. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that's it. You're right. Please be awesome. These are oh, it's fine. It's 2 points. Also, my name is section. We're talking about transforming climate into action, right? I'm tired of just hearing talking lots. I'm building apps, I'm building websites, and I'm doing actions. I'm so what I tried, right? When this big time where climate pledges made in abundance. I love that word, and I want you to write this word down because I heard it yesterday. I was hanging out at the goalkeepers. Who knew that the goalkeepers was in Nigeria for yesterday? Yeah. Okay. So I was there with Bill Gates and the rest of them, and the word that stuck out to me was abundance. Who heard that? Did anybody watch it? You watch it online. Who said abundance? You know? Okay. So it was M.I. Abada's wife, and she's when I heard about what she does, I was fascinated. She's built 650 bridges. I mean, literal bridges, not like the one we're talking about, bridge to the global world. She built real bridges that connect villages to market, connect them to the hospital. Which you just really like, let's see, let you go back. Long innovations. I need to work on myself because it's just so good, right? So abundance, from global summit to national declaration. So here's the question we must confront today. Why do these promises so often remain just promises? So this panel is not just about grand statement, it's about grounded strategies. It's about moving from what should be done to what we must do. And today we have an incredible group of thinkers and doers here with us, leaders from finance, academia, civil society, youth, activism, and sustainable innovation, all uniquely positioned to answer one core question. How do we make climate action real? So over the next 35 minutes, expect to see clarity, challenges, and hopefully conviction. We will explore what's working and what's failing, and most of them, what must happen next, with a focus on youth, innovation, and accountability. Stick to the three things. Please also write that down. Youth, innovation, and accountability. Okay? All right. So let me start here. Please share your name, your role, and in one sentence, climate action means to me. Anybody know? Okay, hello everyone. Hi, I'm Shukran. So I work with the because I part of the environmental initiatives. The one that I just regularly sort of big that the overall global translate summits and climate change. The coalitions of one all of what are 5% of have a channel between summits. 600 central initiative and fire action for climate. Climate action means climate action to me means me making my efforts in my small space to make a difference in the world around me. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Everyone, my name is Ruth Chile. I am the Deputy Director and Co-founder for Sustainable Environment and Treaty. I also work with the Museum for the United Nations as a facilitator of curatorial this kind of huge level of conversations. I really like influence story. Yes, I must say this conversation. So anyways, climate action means to make the work. Grassroots and finding the problem and getting a solution. That's it. Simple as that. Thank you so much. This is already getting excited. Doing the work and my own small habit. I think I'll do mine too. My name is Samuel in Post Office. I'm a data scientist and a digital economist. I have a massive vision to reinvent GDP and non-major agriculture GDP. Climate action we need data. That's why we talk. Okay, all right. Cool. Anyway, my first question will go to
to me. I was really excited to see that this was a move from young people. And I always call the young the now generation. You're no longer the future generation, you're actually the now generation. I'm excited to hear a lot of things that young people are doing. In terms of how we put our mouth where our money is, yes, we have a lot of talk and all that, but I must say that in little spaces, people are making efforts. Permit me to tell the University of Lagos, the University of Hospitals and I just told some people earlier on that we are actually putting our mouth where our money is. So in University of Lagos now, quite a number of our public transport vehicles are going to. Right now at the University of Lagos, we have less fossil fuel buses, and we have quite a number of electric vehicles. The cost is very, very minimal compared to the ones that do school before. So it can't go around yet because of population, but gradually we are increasing that number. And I must say that the young people are actually drivers of that. In fact, those vehicles are locally made vehicles by Nigerians and young people like you. So I can say that yes, we've had a lot of talk, but I must tell you that action is actually building momentum. And part of the action is what you guys are doing here. Part of the action is one of the things I talked about that I led in 2023. I just started like you. I was just implementing the science advice program on an African level. And then I got a mentor in the US. And then he said, you know what, why don't you start something on climate action? And that's how the global industry started on climate change. I mean, it didn't make sense that somebody from here in Nigeria would do a worldwide thing where you're actually leading Americans, people from South America and all of that. And just by the reason of that program and initiative, is in the third year and it's a sustainable way. I started it, but I'm not the one leading it now. Every year we have another youth leading it from another different continent. And we go out there and we speak. But you see, we also don't talk alone. So after that summit and before it, we actually have action that we're doing. And what we do at that summit is that we have conversations. We are not here to speak research and all that. Yes, we bring it, but we also say, what are you doing in your own space? What are you doing in this? I mean, I really like the fact that we're talking about indigenous space. These are part of the things. Indigenous actions have actually been taken over time. Actually, that helps us to, act on the climate issue that we're talking about. But because it's not out there, and so we need the indigenous people to come out and that's why that platform is there. Young people from indigenous places who can actually be allowed to express themselves in their own way. I like the fact that you're also speaking to those who cannot, speak. Yeah, this is fantastic. I think it's one of the recent things I've seen in recent time, very comfortable still as this, and you're actually responding to those who cannot speak like you and I. They're very important and they're actually part of the conversation. I'm also looking forward to when you actually bring people that are local. The man there with an environmental health communicator was talking about the husband, the grandma who cannot speak and understand English. I'm looking forward to be able to say all of these things and say in pidgin language, in Yoruba language, in different languages. That's what we do in the GIS. And that's part of the thing that we need to do to change conversation and actually action for these 25
Thanks so much, ma'am. Guys, I want to conclude the conversation so that we're the journey to the end of where we're going here, right? So it's not just, I love the University of Lagos. They have a great hub there. I've been there, I've seen some of the exciting things they're doing. I still think about there's limitations to the integration and interconnectedness of what they're doing to the city. Growing up abroad,
my university was very particular about being the university for the city, not being university for the university. So I still think there's more to be done there. The implementation you have.
If you like me to talk, you actually have one. That's why I said I don't have what time I have. No. So permit me. Okay. Okay. So like I said, it's just the time constraint. I would even talk about what we do in our own agency. So recently we've been doing some projects with the London community on water security. And we've been doing that for about 2 years, actually engaging. And just like you said, we were concerned that we live in a community around us and it appeared that the investment was not impacting the community. And that's what we're supposed to do. At least that's part of what we're supposed to do. And so we actually went into the community. Quite a number of the community members come to school in Unila. Because some of the fishers actually fish and we take them on trips on our research. And we just asked them, so what are the issues? You won't believe it. They stay in the university, but we're really not so clear on the challenges in the community around. So we went to the community and we asked them, so what are the issues? And we realized that all the issues was the issue of access to drinking water. Yeah. As basic as it may be, and I must say that it's not that community alone, people actually don't have free access to clean, potable drinking water in Lagos and in Nigeria. Okay, I hear you talking about, but you're acting like you don't live in Lagos. But that's a challenge for quite a number of us. And you see the problem is people who cannot have water, including some of them say they drink without water. These are actually the realities that we heard right from the community themselves. And so we came together, we were funded by the Association of Common College University. So talking about the barrier, that thing, you actually need money to do those kind of seemingly large to medium scale engagements. Because like I said, we've been doing engagements for 2 years. Trust me, people are not really going to come and sit down and don't give them anything. They're not going to leave their businesses. These are people that are actually almost at the lower level decision. So we had to support them. We trained citizen scientists, 20 of them, and we taught them how to test their drinking water with rapid test kits. And they did that for about 2 months. And they came back with the results, and we all discussed it at the meeting just like this. And we're not speaking highly English like I'm speaking again, right? We're speaking their language. They came out and they showed the result, and we all saw what we have been drinking. So those are the kind of things that we are doing. Like I said, small spaces doing, and this is what I am doing my own. We have several people. Like I said, I'm not here to market people. I'm just saying that at least within what we do, there are actually some things going on here and there. I think massive is not so. Policy makers, they're trying because they're also part of the collaborator with the Barrier Council Development area. The Lagos Water Corporation, LASEPA is here. LASEPA was there, some of the agreements they had, and then the Lagos Waste Management Authority. So during rainy season like this, while you and I in our houses, a lot of the waste that are coming from your houses actually end up in their own space and they cannot sleep in their homes because they're actually near the lagoon, so they're vulnerable to climate change and all of that. So these are the kind of conversations we have. But beyond the conversation, we actually co-create solutions. So that's what we do now. We don't develop a solution, we co-create with them so that they can be altered. Once we understand what the challenges are created, then we go ahead and co-create solutions and we facilitate the funding for them, the partnership for them, the engagement of the policy makers, and hopefully we can actually get solutions. So that's just one thing. Thank you so much.
I'm not really I'm here. We're here together. I was thinking about the project that I did with Nestle about pure line. This water, this capsule water and it takes all the dirt to the bottom. They did it in India and it helps all the women there. And it was talking about this innovation actually shaping some of these places. I think I'll move from this gap now to the youth and the urgency, and I'll come to you, Ruth. And it is to bring it to gender equity and sort of inclusion insights, right? Why should young people feel a sense of urgency to push for these commitments to become real action? What's at stake for our generation?
I think that's a very big question. And I'll answer this question with a very practical thing that I usually do. I feel like sometimes we are living in a bubble, so it's very easy to, and that's why there's a bit of disconnect. I won't say a lot because now we're trying to bridge the disconnect, but that's why there's disconnect between policies and the actual implementation. Because sometimes the policies don't work for the actual people that it should be implemented. That's why I like what Dr. Nicholas said about co-creating solutions, because first of all, the young people in the communities need to be carried along. But then, hold up, if the government comes to the community, like you went to like, I don't know how many young people were back that. So now imagine that these are young people in the community, but we have some of them who are educated, like you and I. And we come here, we say a lot of things, but we actually are urgent pieces. I think that we need to like go out there. If you need to travel, travel. We need to go to like Elijah community which was talking about. You need to go there when it has just rained. Go there. A lot of times, my husband usually forces me to drive, not because I don't want to drive, but because sometimes I like to take public transport. Not because it's comfortable, but sometimes taking public transport, walking through the bridges, walking on the road helps me to come down to the level of the people, which is majority of the people that are in Nigeria. So it helps me to understand again this is the problem. So I'm not thinking of the solution, I'm thinking this is their problem, it's their solution. Meanwhile, that's not even their problem. So first of all, we need to leave our bubbles, our little bubbles. We need to travel if we must. If you think that something is a problem, first of all, go and confirm that it's a problem. And if you feel like you don't even know what the problem is, perhaps you should start by talking to people. So there's something that we do in the Green Ambassadorship Program. We recently started, they are in week 8 now, they are going to week 16. And we ask them to do a lot of community engagement. So we say, what is the problem you're trying to solve? They talk about it. What is the solution that you have in your head? They talk about it. And then we say, okay, so which community or which people are you trying to solve this problem for? They say it, and then we say, okay, go back to the community now and go and talk to a number of people and tell them this is the problem that you feel like you have, or I think that you have. Do you think that this is a problem? Because first of all, you have to go and validate that the problem is a problem. When Dr. Tintopa was talking about water, I remember reading that so someone in Nigerian and I think a Nigerian guy and his friend, they felt like water access was a problem in I think some southeastern part of Nigeria or something like that. And so they said they wanted to start creating boreholes for communities. So they would search for funds and then they would go and create boreholes. Unfortunately, when you create these boreholes, after some time, a lot of issues start to come up. The machine is not working, and there's nobody unfortunately to repair it. So the person has to the town, which is far away. There's just a whole lot of issues coming up. And eventually they had to come down and say, okay, what exactly, why are we having these issues recurring? They had to go to the community, which they didn't do initially. They had to go there and then speak to the people. We created this thing as why is it not like putting the effort so that this thing can be sustainable? We spent money to do this, we thought that this was a problem. And then they found out that the people actually believe that the water they fed from their stream had some sort of significance to them. And so they were sabotaging the boreholes because they didn't feel like it was honestly, this is the truth. I'm going to try and I can't remember the name of the guy right now. For another community, it was an opportunity for the families to send the children to camp fetch water far away. But now you brought the water close, so the children will not have to be disturbing the parents. They are not giving them enough work to do. They are making it easier for them to get their work done, so they come and disturb their parents. Like it may seem funny, but these are real issues. And so when you say this is the problem, but the problem first of all is that we don't know what the problem is. So as young people, I brought my daughter here, she's with me here. And after becoming a mom, I started to think further that even my generation, we can get by a lot in this generation, but are we thinking of our children? Are we thinking of the children? I always say that my children's generation will probably, especially Nigerians, they are going to have a lot to face. If we are to sample opinions here, how many of us left university and then we got the job immediately? And at least we may not be there yet, but at least we're managing. How many of us? Now, imagine what's going to happen in your children's generation with the advent of AI, and we don't even know what's let's not even go to AI, right? But do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying that the gap is getting wider. So if you're not adding climate issues that you feel like, okay, yes, we're talking about plastic pollution, but it's still seeming far off from you because it's not really affecting you, then you need to wake up so that we don't say what we are saying about our parents' generation in Nigeria now. Let them not say it about us now. You need to go and look for the urgency. Do research. Work with people who are doing this work real time in the communities. Watch documentaries. There's a lot of information out there. Go out, travel, take a road trip if you must. Go and look for the problems. Talk to people in their local languages. And then you will now go to the government because like they say, you come to the table, let's talk about what you want to do. But do we even have the solutions to offer? I'm a young person and I'm sorry to say that young people are lagging behind. We are lagging behind compared to our counterparts in other parts of the world. We are feeling like, and this is not about Gen Z. This is not about Gen Z. Even the millennials, we are too comfortable. We feel like, oh, especially the advent of content creation, I mean, because that can happen is that I stop freelancer or I do content creation. And you're not thinking as deeply as we should. You're not innovating as we should. And like somebody said, I can't remember who, innovation is not about pen. Sometimes you just have to talk to your grandma and your grandpa. There's some things they did then that we have done or forgotten because we felt like it was old. But we need to bring back the indigenous knowledge and then marry it with what is happening now so that our children and grandchildren are not going to suffer far more than we are already suffering. Thank you.
Wow.
That's inspired now. I'm telling you, I'm taking away innovation is not just that from that conversation because it's true. Innovation is not. I think when I think of urgency, I think of the fact that I wrote this in university and in the Western world, we were like, you can't mark you create aid for this thing you wrote. So that I wrote about the limitation of African economic development. And I was using Calvin's filter theory. It's a theory used to predict global crisis. It is the theory that actually talks about why we have climate action. It's the mathematical formula to do that. So if you get a chance, please read about it. And I wrote about this and I said, it would just only be one banana that would drop in Lagos that would destroy the world. That's how bad it is. You just drop one and that would be the end of it. You know, like the domino, it would just be that one that would drop and you wouldn't know that that's it. See, so if you don't start changing your action, honestly, yeah, okay, I'll just stop there. Do we have the other? Do we have our brother aligned? No? So nobody's aligned.
I have one.
Ruth's aligned. Okay, so let me forward my next question to Ruth if she can hear us and answer. So I was just gonna go from, we've spoken about the gap, we've spoken about the youth urgency. I want to go into the innovation and action. I really want people, just really, or Rita, sorry. Rita, okay, can she hear me?
Yes,
okay.
I can hear you.
So my question is, and I wanted to just speak from this lens of circular economy and the local free innovation. Innovation is crucial, and you see, we're not the panel is fluid. Innovation is not just tech, but you definitely have tech that's groundbreaking. Innovation is crucial. What exciting new technologies or approach do you see as most promising for turning climate commitments into reality in Nigeria? Here.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I'm good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, should we be going? Keep going? Okay, all right. So we'll come back to that question. I wanted this day to be fluid, but let's just keep it moving, right? So I want to come back to another question. So, I wanted to ask about accountability framework and systems, right? Young people. So that's I need to get out of here. Young people also feel excluded from decision making. how do we ensure that they have to sit at the table? And how can we as citizens hold leaders accountable for climate promises? So they talk about all this. Yes, so just quickly, I'm sorry, no problem. Yeah, appreciate it. But we published a paper in Nature 2 years ago about indigenous youth will be at the forefront of climate diplomacy. And what that means is that we actually need to get in the place for these decision makers, these power brokers. When I'm saying get in the place, I'm not saying go there and be mean. You need to look for the spaces where they are. So I teach these things in school, and one of the things I encourage my students, and I'm very happy quite a number of them are here, is that the world is now such that you are able to know the spaces where the people are. In our own time, if you are not in a certain place, if you don't go to government house, you won't know where they're having conversations and engagement. Now, the posters are out there, it's on social media. You find a way of getting there. While I was going out earlier, so about 5 people walked up to me and said, "Yeah, I've read about it and all that." That's actually how you connect with the people. This is actually how I started myself about 10 years ago. That time, it was time of Governor Fashola. They used to have the Lagos State Summit on Climate Change. And then I was a master's student. And I would find my way to the hotel. And then it used to be, you have to be invited. I find my way and get there. And through that, I met some key people in the environment space. This is actually how you get a seat at the table. Well, you see, when you get there, you don't come empty. Opportunity presents itself when you are not prepared, you're going to walk past. And that's the urgency that we're talking about. I meet a lot of people, okay, like someone walked up to me today and was like, whatever, he had messaged me on LinkedIn. And as he was just walking, I had just 30 seconds for him. And he just showed me something he had done. And I was like, okay, good, let's talk and all that. That's actually how opportunity presents itself. And that's how you make yourself prepared. And then the person asks you, what do you have to offer? The truth is that policymakers can't do it, or they're actually looking for people like you to help them to achieve it, to help them to do it. You know, because guess what? It's a win-win thing. When you come and you say, I can help you to do this, you are helping them to score points and reach their KPI. You're also helping yourself because they're not going to stay where you left. You're going to get the seat at the table. And trust me, individuals in the events panel and IPCC, they're actually seeing some of the things we did in the West. Getting moved and being adopted at such high levels because we were in their place. When we post things on social media, we are tagging in there, we are tagging ICC, and we're not just posting anything. Well-crafted, targeted information to get them to hear. We always have this perception that they will not hear, they will not listen, they are just doing it. That's not true. If they don't know where you are, what you have to offer, there's nothing they can, they're not scared. So if you have something to offer, I've heard a lot of solutions here. Who are you speaking to? Where are you engaging? Where are you networking? Which platforms are you going to? And how are you presenting yourself before them? That is actually how to get a seat at the table. And I trust that quite a number of us are doing that and will continue to do that. And I'm sure that Africans will continue to strive and get much more better. The world is out there, the solution, the technology is here that you can live with. But you also have to move, like she said. You can't do it all from the laptop. You have to get into the spaces where these people are. Some of them will say no, but I can trust you out of 100, at least one will say yes. On that note, I want to thank everyone. Thank you so much for having you. Let's read now. We can begin it. Can you say yes? All right, thank you. You will give them a lot of all right, now we one person on the stage, but if we have somebody else coming on stage, is that open for here? Solomon, open here. Great place to be. So they're looking so cool. I mean, like, good guys. Yeah, yes. We knew it. We're just sitting so cool, stuff like that. Okay, great. We'll let him just come on stage. Do we have the lady online able to say anything now? Tech guys. Thank you. You guys speak now. Yes. I just have this question. Do you have to rephrase? I have to rephrase the question. Rephrase. Do you have to reiterate? Okay, no problem. All right. So I said innovation is crucial. I think so joining us here. Innovation is crucial. What exciting new technologies or approach do you see as most promising for turning climate commitments into reality in Nigeria? Lady Rita, if you're there.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Bring her up. She's speaking, please. Yeah, please speak.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I am Hope, and I'm
I think I got
representing
one
the
here.
Community Management Association.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
I am the Community Management Associate at EcoBata. At EcoBata, we on.
Okay. Let's see. Speak. Let's see where everything.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Hope Ayeni. Is this better, please?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go on.
Oh, perfect. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hope Ayeni. I am the Community Management Associate at EcoBata. I'm representing my boss, Mrs. Rita Idehai. At EcoBata, we leverage on innovative technology to bring, to make waste collection and recycling very easy for everyone. And then we operate a last mile waste collection system where we go to households to collect this waste. First, you understand that households are the first generators of this plastic waste. And so we try our best to leverage on technology to get this waste from these users. And we've been able to come up with an innovative technology system, the reverse vending machine, that's RVM for ATM for plastic, where we position them at recreational parks, public centers, government organizations. We position them in these strategic places so that end users of these plastic bottles, cans, waste can be able to recycle their plastic and earn from it. Yes, it's a tokenized method that we've been able to work on. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, now to answer the question, innovation, what innovative approach can youth explore in fighting and to be committed in climate crisis? Well, for me, one, I would say data. Data is one of the things that most youth are not seeing, and in Nigeria we need data for a lot of things in this space that we are in. We need data of how many crises have we had so far. We need like a monitoring and evaluation framework to be designed. And so if you're in tech and you're in tech, you should think of coming up with a system whereby you keep these data, whereby if policies and promises are being made by stakeholders, are being made by governments on fighting climate change, on fighting climate action, you keep these data and then you monitor them and see if they've been able to fulfill these data or not. And then some of the climate actions that have been taken. Take, for instance, now as a youth, you want to go up to the government agencies. What are you bringing to the table? What design, what approach have you done? When we met with UNIDO, we were test running our RVM and we're spending a lot of money. And one of the features of our RVM is the ability to capture each data and each waste that has been recovered whenever a user recycled with us. And by the time we presented this to the UNIDO committee, they were so impressed because you hardly see people that are committed to getting these data. Also, there are other innovative circular design models that as a youth, you can venture into and be able to curb out this climate change and climate action that we're all fighting for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hope represented Lady Rita. Rita, your friend, we send her a message why she was not here. Okay. So let's hear from the guy with the money. Looks like the money guy, doesn't he? So I just want you to just because this will be last question before the last question. Okay, so just wrap around this gap that we spoke about and how the earth is being used. Just want to hear how just your thoughts from the bank perspective.
From the bank perspective?
Yes, I want to do from that point.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Without you change makers. Are we tired? No, we're sounding like tired people. Are we? You are only for change, right? Amazing. So my name is Solomon Kong. I privilege to head corporate social investment for the Alternative Bank, which is a non-interest arm of Sterling Financial Holding. I know most people know Sterling Bank, they don't know Alternative Bank. If you know Alternative Bank, I want to be here's what they did for you, a more tax on climate adaptation. Also, it is a good one. I must commend the organizers, the UN, Sustainable Development Network, for this wonderful one, the fourth edition in a row. So back to the question you talked about, we all change makers. Right now, the whole gospel should be about adaptation. Right? And we're talking about how to move from policy statements, policy actions, policy commitments to policy implementation. It would also pains me that I have one government here, but the government I have here is in the big stage levels. But if we don't stand up as people that are affected and demand for accountability, and demand that wars and demand restriction, then our own lives will be affected the more. So I think there's a gap, a very huge gap, and we have to get this in different levels. I'm starting from just getting one of the after the other. One is from the government, that we start from our own aspect. From the government, you look at the coordination. There's a big gap between the federal, the subnational, and the local. So it seems that every policy we are talking about, the energy transition plan, the net zero commission, the everything, sits only on state and the federal level. And when you get the subnational and the local level, or if you say you have a different goal altogether. And that's a very big thing to look at the case. What I want to get at coordination from that perspective. And the coordination is this. There was a conversation we were having 2 weeks ago, and I was making this statement to say, right, it's an institutional weakness. I'm aware that no, that's an institutional weakness. And I will comment Lagos State for some time. For Lagos State, we come to the issue of environment and water resources. We have state house, we have the normal, we have the separate, right? We have macro and water for water. Well structured. But if you go to federal, we have the duplication of efforts and mandates. Of course, I've been the edition of now, Lagos is a problem. As I outlined my sister here, what she said, let me give you a secret about this. If you want to make a change, have in mind something national, or be close to the national. Never you wear the legs of Lagos. The mission of environment in Abuja have like 4 different offices. But in terms of adaptation of the strategy, so that's completely the commitment that the federal government has made to climate adaptations and the promises. We need different ministries of the federal government to work together. I can tell you that what the greenhouse, the climate change, not the climate change council now. The department is really greenhouse in Abuja. That's only ministry that has 4 different offices in Abuja. The Ministry of Environment. Very massive. Then you see the greenhouse, they have a department called the climate change. And Nigeria has a different council called the Nigerian Climate Change Council. So We take the same ministry, but interjection of working together. The first about that you have this council working one, and you have other council, the same national environment focus on decentralization on different offices towards the national hospital. But if we want to achieve this goal, we're talking about some of the global team. We need the Ministry of Water Resources together. We need agenda. We need to see climate from a cost-crossing team that affect everything we do. Health, nutrition, pollution, education, livelihood, youth, finance. So the girls are there. They have the girls in their own place. This is interesting. We don't need more platforms. We need a community of equality, of synergy, a connector. We're all doing fantastically individually. We're still running on silos. Fantastic ideas, but there's no coalition, which I believe the UNSDM to serve. So we need to come together to also bridge that gap. Everything is fantastic. You can ask yourself, why does it matter? Our lives are being affected. That's the point I say. For the last flood that happened, even the good problem, the one that happened recently in the United States, the very near community as well. Anytime you have a flood issue, you can see how it affects both education, gender-based violence, the livelihoods. Look at the sanitation in North, and look at the heat waves in Lagos. Who can tell me that AC inside this room or referring about it? We're talking about food insecurity, and we're not talking about the trust strategies on that. So the girls are there, but what are we doing? So we can sit down and craft a lovely ideas. I want to do waste. I want to do waste to health, waste to wealth, waste to health, waste to this, waste to education. After that, what next? So yes, how has that been affected in the needs of agency? Our job, like you said, is what, because if we can hold the government accountable, if the government can make an efficient energy transition, we are going to be having more jobs within the economy. So yes, from the bank's perspective, it comes time for contribution. The government is a bank that is steady is one bank that before every other private institution talking about touching waste, clean of waste, then I've been doing that for years and supporting various governments. We have put our mouths, we have matched our capital, we have multis. The current head office we have at the moment is upgrade 76 billion on solar. We have a strategy, very bold strategy that is dedicated on solely on renewable energy. In fact, that lecturer was talking about what they are doing. We have a subsidiary on renewable energy and mobility, where we empower the women on electric vehicles and tricycles. And we recently received a good reward record on that. Not about studying, but it means that how is that innovation you have aligning with the national priorities? How are we aligning with what the private sector is talking about? How are we aligning as a banking? I think I will do it for there. On to the next question. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Integration and interconnectedness with having that limitation. You need to be connected, you need to be integrated, you don't need to be coming up with some new ideas again and saying, oh, this my new idea is going to shape everything. Integrate, interconnect, it's what I'm hearing here. All right, I'm going to ask my final question. I'm going to do this interesting. Sorry, guys. We're going to do this. We're going to take a bit of time. I'm going to ask about if we just go through the room. I want 3 people to also answer the same question. I'm going to ask panelists as well to give my answer. All right. So I'm going to ask you both to just share. I need the lady online as well to do that with you also. If everyone's here to do one thing in the next 30 days to move from climate talk to action, what would it be? Each of you guys. And then I'll take 3 people here. The 3 people I take, I'll follow you through your 30 days and make sure that you achieve that goal. I'll take some action.
Okay, so I know I was talking a lot about talk, but I think that it's not just talk, but also listening. So for me, the first thing would be to do with the listening exercise. And we're working recently with the AI a couple of other organizations on mid schools, more like providing resources basically for teachers to teach children. And personally, I've been looking at something else entirely. I've been looking at how can we reach these children directly, either they're in school or not. We tried something in exchanges last year. We used the platform, an online platform. We put resources there. It doesn't need to log in and get the resources. But it was not difficult for the teachers because some of them were location rental is not strong. Some of them do not have money for data. These are real issues. But if you don't step out there, you won't know. You think that you can get the best until you step out there. So for me, it's to do a listening exercise, walk among the people that I'm trying to help and listen to them. Walk in their shoes, eat the same food that they eat, drink the water that they drink if possible. Empathy is the only way to get to where we get to.
Thank you so much. Do empathy. Do it. Sir, over to you.
Okay, so I'll say this. We need to turn the global climate challenge into a local action and language. Explain to your grandmother what climate is. Or explain to your 2-year-old what climate is all about in local language. Successful trends in agritech, in improvement in different areas, we need to break it down. From today, your actions should not be seen from a funding perspective, should be seen from a local perspective. Know those ideas address local concerns. We'll use all platforms. Whatever change we want to do, we need to build it. And one way we can build it is this: own your local authorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. I think I would like the audience. Who's one? Take one there. Take the lady there in the back. And this gentleman has been eyeing me for a long time. I'll take 3 of you guys. So we believe that.
I think for the next, let's say, the whole will be very ways and point so that other people can very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, my name is Agric, and I would like to take after the catchphrase that if, as a youth, we don't need more platforms, we need an integration. And I want us to take this. We are all change makers. We have our social media space. A podcast in the indigenous languages will go a long way to drive this, because the media is the major driver of so many things. And when the media is well intervened, I mean, there is a lot of intervention and contribution from people into the media. I think this sensitization of climate and environment.
That's what you're going to do in 30 days.
You said?
That's what you're going to do in 30 days?
Yes.
You are going to do this?
Yes, I have a podcast already. I have a podcast already.
All you do with that one, I have a podcast here about vibrates. Over here, I wasn't on that podcast. I was speaking about 5 poles.
Start here.
Hi.
I'm basically going to look at my lifestyle. We're talking about plastic. I'm going to say, I buy it almost every day. I'm going to say that instead of buying plastic container, I will just go to my plastic container. I think if we're trying to change the world, we should try to internalize it. Because personally, I know that plastic is not the problem. Because plastic is like one of the best inventions of man. Believe me or not. But the truth is that this same great invention has turned to our problem. So we should not try to phase out this problem to one of our this solution to one of our problems, rather we should be responsible with it. So simply, I'm going to use my
More responsible. I love that. Thank you so much. And also have additional please see me after. That is happening. That is action. Yeah. I'll be taking some action today. So we can just come here and we need to touch on show up and we say, hey, we came here and we did some more. Okay? You have to see me later. And I say I'm going to give you brother. I like your shirt as well. Amazing. So I'm going to end today with this has been a great conversation. And thank you to COYEC. Thank you to my panel that joined me here in engaging with this awesome. And thanks to ChatGPT, whoever.
Hello, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Climate action is not a agenda. It's not an agenda for Paris or for America. Climate action is local. I've heard that one so many times. And it's one of the things that taps my bags, keeps on with my people so that we all solve it together. Abi? Yes. Right? So it's a personal one. It's a gap between promise and progress, even though it's wide. But it's not insurmountable. We can surmount it. We can surmount the government not being able to align itself by holding them accountable. Because coming to practical action, which is why I said that you have to
Hello, can you hear me? Let me hear them again. No, it's not. I be that one. And my, do you know what? The question
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And we believe it's been a great session for each and everyone joining across the Zoom and YouTube platform. Right about now, we are going to be moving on to the presentation of our esteemed climate actors who have done excellently well right from the month of January till this current date. And one thing which we want to say is innovations, their idea are amazing which they've been doing, the amazing solution which they have solving global climate crisis. And this afternoon, I'll be glad to bring on board amazing innovators, and as they are going to be sharing their idea with the general public, and which we believe that it's going to be a great addition to the climate. And once again, I want to congratulate each and every climate innovators that will be presenting this afternoon. And I want to believe that you are ready to share this esteemed solution with each and every one of us. So I would just like to bring up those who are going to be presenting right away. And on my list here, I have just in a minute, I have Shiamaka Rita, who is going to be making her presentation first in the next 3 minutes, while we also have Zamat Sani to present after. And right about now, we are going to be having Shiamaka Rita to make her presentation right away. Shiamaka, I hope you can get to share your screen and get to present and make your presentation. I hope that's fine.
I already shared my presentation with the team. Is it possible to have that projected instead?
Okay, just in a jiffy, you're going to have your presentation slides coming up, and you can get to run to have your presentation just in a minute while we get to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think you have your presentation up now. You can go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying a heartfelt thank you to the organizers for a really amazing and learning field 4 months journey. but I have to rush. Hello, everyone. My name is Chiamaka, and it is my pleasure to present my climate innovation. It is titled the Eco Climate Justice Initiative. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the Eco Climate Justice Initiative aims to provide legal empowerment, environmental justice, and flood adaptation support to vulnerable communities in Lagos. But for the pilot phase, we'll specifically be focusing on Okota because it has a recurrent flooding issue annually, which significantly disrupts lives, livelihoods, and contributes to the proliferation of infectious diseases of poverty. Next slide, please. Thank you. A bit about me, I am a lawyer, I am a migration researcher. I grew up witnessing firsthand the devastating impacts of flooding. I've spoken to families in the course of my research who have been devastated by climate change, flooding, and the rest. And I understand this to not just be a policy failure, it is a human loss. I think it is important to act. I believe in the power of collective action. I believe the time is right. And thanks to the empowerment of this program, I believe I am empowered to start. And so this is just a bit about me. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. For the dominant issue in Okota with regard to this issue of flooding, you just skipped the other slide. So the problem is that Okota deals with the issue of flooding, but in addition to this issue of flooding is the hydra-headed impact it has on residents in Okota. One major issue is that of legal invisibility. Flood-affected tenants and informal settlers have limited access to environmental justice or legal protection. They are unaware of the legal pathways for redress, and that is a problem. Next is adaptation gaps. Current adaptation gaps have a top-down approach, which is reactive, ineffective, and incoherent. And this is something that I hope to address through this initiative. Third is the exclusion from policy. So the most vulnerable communities are often absent from decision-making spaces. And therefore, this initiative tries to fill in that gap through the following three solutions. Next slide, please. First is a mobile legal clinic. This legal clinic will be used to offer legal aid for tenants and households facing environmental injustices. Next will be adaptation toolkits such as tarpaulin sandbags. They are cost-effective. They'll go a long way to boosting the immediate response to flooding. And third is participatory dialogues to bridge the policy disconnect and to facilitate engagement with community leaders, most affected state actors. My launch date is Q3 of 2025. That is my potential launch date. I hope to launch the pilot, and by first and second quarters of 2026, I hope to already start producing knowledge in this regard. Researches where I share challenges encountered, best practices, any indigenous knowledge gleaned and incorporated during the piloting phase. Next slide, please.
Please, you have a minute more for your presentation.
Okay, let's make it. Next slide. Apologies. For my potential impact, I plan to potentially reach 1,500 households in the first 12 to 18 months. The goal is, so because I and my family live in Okota, this will be a proximity-based model, and that we envisage will lead to reduced costs, but then also we plan to leverage existing community structures and prioritize local partnerships to maximize impact. Our interventions will be along the three already established pathways of the legal clinic, the adaptation kits, and the participatory dialogues. Then for competitions, we don't think we need competitions, or we do not envisage entering into this space with competitive spirit, because this is a humanitarian undertaking and we need to synergize efforts and not duplicate. And therefore, there are dominant actors like LASEPA regulatory framework. But the problem is that in the space, the climate space currently, legal aid services are typically focused on human rights, not necessarily focusing on the intersection of human rights and climate change. And that is something that this initiative hopes to bridge. Also, adaptation kits are typically provided to beneficiaries without empowering them on their legal rights in that regard. And that's the edge that we hope to bring. So this initiative will combine a legal and climate approach. Next slide, please. Why now? Why not now? So this slide I can do without, but we hope to have a really lean team. So it will be me, the team lead, working on a part-time basis, an M&E working on a part-time basis, an intern, and a volunteer advisor. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So once again, the impact, we hope to reach 1,500 households through the 3 pillars of our interventions. We hope to, we need a total of 9 million to undertake this pilot phase. We understand that this could be contested as too much, and that's why we are hoping to contribute a total sum of 4 million to be gotten mostly from savings, but then also from grants. By the side, the table by the side states the breakdown of the 9 million, how we arrived at this number. The final slide, please. The goal, my ask, first of all, is for a 5 million seed grant to launch this pilot in Okota, Lagos. But then another ask is for strategic partners in climate advocacy, environmental law, community action. This initiative is in dire need of mentorship in scaling in SDG impact reporting. We would appreciate opportunities for collaboration, and the goal is to co-create a Lagos where justice meets climate resilience at the grassroots. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Chiamaka. And while we get to have feedbacks generally from maybe Professor Odiaka and also representative from Ecobata and also the general audience, we'll also be having the next presenter who is going to be sharing our presentation, and which is going to be Ziamat Sani. Please kindly go ahead, and if you can share your screen, share your presentation from your hand, and but please, it's good you keep to time. Just ensure you keep to the time which has been assigned for your session. Yes, Ziamat Sani, please go ahead and share your presentation.
Good afternoon, thank you. I would prefer you share from your end, please.
Okay. What's the name of your document, please, so that makes it easy for us to share from. Blue what?
Blue Guard. It's a Blue Guard document.
Blue Guard document. Okay. And go ahead to make your presentation right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, but please 3 minutes.
All right, no problem. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ziamat Sani, and I really thank the organizers for giving us a platform to talk about our initiatives. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Today, I present Blue Guard Diagnostics, a solution designed to protect our coastal communities from the increasing threat of ocean-borne diseases. The next slide, coastal communities are increasingly vulnerable to climate-induced health risks, rising sea levels, polluted waters, and the spread of diseases like cholera and typhoid. Traditional health systems often react too late, leading to preventable tragedies. Our solution. Blue Guard offers a proactive approach, deploying biosensors that detect pathogens and pollutants in real time, coupled with AI analytics to predict outbreaks before they escalate. Now, how does Blue Guard work? Our biosensors collect water samples, analyzing them for harmful agents, The data is then going to be processed by our AI platform, which will then send timely alerts to local health workers via a user-friendly dashboard. I'm on the 5th slide now. Our unique value proposition. Unlike conventional systems, BlueGuard is affordable, it's community-centric, and it offers real-time data, enabling swift action and empowering local stakeholders. What are the impacts we hope to achieve? That's the 6th slide. In our pilot program, we aim to reduce disease outbreak response by about 60%. We hope to improve water safety, and we hope to enhance community trust in our health interventions. What is the market potential for this BlueGuard? With over 30 million people living in West African coastal areas alone, the need for proactive health solutions is immense. BlueGuard is designed to scale and adapt to various coastal environments. It's designed to scale not just within our country, but even outside our country. BlueGuard as well aligns with sustainable development goals, promoting health, combating climate change, which is SDG 13, and conserving marine life, which is SDG 14. Now, we are requiring a seed funding of 145 million naira, which is going to be used to build a minimum viable product, which is the MVP. And then we're going to run 3 pilot studies in Nigeria, which is going to be the Delta, in Lagos, and in Bayelsa. We're also going to have regulatory compliance and model testing. Our roadmap is going to take place, we're open to let it take place between 12 to 18 months, wherein in the first quarter we'll build our MVP, our second quarter we'll have our pilot deployment, our third quarter we'll have the review of our data gathered, and then our fourth quarter will form strategic partnerships. We're seeking partners and funding. The last slide, please. Okay, good. We're seeking partners and funding to expand our reach and enhance our technology. Together, we can safeguard coastal communities and build a healthier, more resilient future. Thank you for listening.
Okay, well done, and well done for that presentation, Stanley. And that's a very good one. And we're glad to see and know about the great innovation which you have. And why we also get to have feedbacks from our prof and esteemed experts who are on this call. I would like the next presenter to please go ahead with his presentation. I'm going to be calling on Team B. Please, can you go ahead with your presentation for the next 3 minutes?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Am I sharing the slide, or you can share it? I guess you should share it. That'll be better.
You have your slide up already, Team B. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Innovator. I am the founder of Hydroenergies. Imagine operating a food business with a monthly revenue of about 500,000 and you are using up to 100,000 naira on cooking fuel alone. That is the story of my auntie who used to operate a local restaurant business here in Makurdi. Her business failed in 2023 due to high cost of cooking fuel. Last year, my mother stepped down from the use of cooking gas to the use of charcoal for cooking and heating. Unfortunately, this issue is not affecting my family alone. We have about, I am still on the first slide though. We have about, I think second slide. Yeah, we have about 700,000 food businesses and up to about 28 million of 28 million households who still rely on cooking gas for cooking and heating. These businesses spend bulk of their revenue on cooking fuel, while households face fuel cuts just at the time when they do not have money to buy it. Second slide, please. Third slide. Yeah, I'm on the first slide. I'm done with this. I've just presented the pain points. Yeah. So at Hydroenergies, we are building a system that helps food businesses and households to leverage on solar system to convert water into cooking fuel right in their homes. Next slide, please. I would like us to watch a demo of how this. Can you quickly play the video, please, of how hydrogenases work?
You might have to describe that because you shared a PDF with us, so we don't have a video. You might just have to describe it.
Okay. That is a video.
We
can play.
have a PDF document here.
Okay, can I share instead?
Okay, you can go ahead and share, please. We have a PDF document here, so that might not be able to play, but if you can play it from your hand, that would be good.
Can you see my slide, please? Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
we can see the slide.
So this is a demo of how hydrogenases works.
We can't hear anything. We can't hear any audio. Please try as much as possible to make to fix that.
So that is exactly how hydrogenases works. All you need to do is fetch in water from the neighborhood, pour into the system, and it helps you to convert it into cooking fuel for you. One good thing about this system is that it helps businesses cut about 95% of their expenses, their usual expenses on cooking fuel. You don't need to buy cooking fuel. You don't need to worry about urgent or emergent fuel cuts. All you need to do is buy your system. And one other good thing about this system is that one unit can last for at least 15 years. So for the next 15 years, if you get one system of hydrogenases today, for the next 16 years, you are not going to buy cooking fuel in your home or in your business any longer. We are selling to our business model includes selling directly to household and businesses. We are also giving on rental services to these businesses and households who may not have money to buy one unit at a time. Our customers include food businesses and household, and we currently targeting 2% of market shares in the next 15 years. That is about 14,000 customers. With 14,000 customers and the market share of 2% and 14,000 customers, we are targeting a revenue of about 840 million naira in the next 15 years. One good thing about hydrogenases is that the system does not produce greenhouse gas. What it produces is its water vapor as byproduct, whereas cooking gas produces about 2.9 grams of CO2 emissions per kg. 1 kg of cooking gas produces about 2.9 kg of CO2 emission. So for the next 15 years that we are targeting, with the customer size of 14,000 customers, cooking gas will produce about 73 tons of CO2, whereas hydrogenases will produce 0 CO2 emission. Our teams include myself as a social innovator and a climate science enthusiast. I also have Solomon, who is a graduate of electrical and electronics engineering. And here with us is our professional consultants, Professor Lamina Monu from University of Agriculture, Makurdi. Thank you very much. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, okay, you are done with your presentation. Okay, great. And
yes.
Thank you very much for this great innovation on food. And we hope, I'm very sure that you are going to have a very good feedback from Professor Diaka. I know that's the area of expertise, and definitely well done, Timbi, for that very good idea and innovation which you've come up. So, you can stop hearing. I would like to call on Oluwadamilola right now to present. Go ahead with our presentation. Oluwadamilola, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
name-
Oluwadamilola.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Oluwadamilola Odeyemi, and I'm the director of Eco Village Nigeria. And the project, Youth Project, is Youth and Inclusive Eco-led Development. It's a climate smart farming project for food resilience in Ibadan, Oyo State. And is as a result of field work that we have done in the past in Eco Village Nigeria, my organization. It is a result of the field works. And I'd just like to state that a few weeks ago, in fact, before putting together this pitch deck, I met Yemo, who is a resident of Elenoshanshaw, Ido local government, Ibadan. She's a middle-aged woman, and she's the current sole provider of her family. And she had stories for days on how she has been battling food insecurity as a result of climate change, and how her husband has also not been able to come home with bushmeat for months. And in Egbeda local government, the other area where we would be implementing this project, the farmers also have like several stories to tell on how they've been affected by the unpredictable weather. So I want us to understand that food insecurity is a major problem. It is a result of climate change. This is not, I'm not trying to like tell a story to translate into a full speech. I'm telling you the reality of things in Oyo State as regards food insecurity. And problem statement, I would like for us to run with statistics. In Ido and Egbeda local government areas of Oyo State, over 87% of farming households face varying levels of food insecurity. And it's because of flooding damages on farmland, which has eroded soil fertility. And there's also the issue of limited access to modern farming techniques. There's limited access to climate smart agriculture. Therefore, communities are vulnerable and dependent as a result of climate change. And that is where yield comes in. Can I have the next slide, please? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so our targeted beneficiaries, like I said earlier, includes the Egbeda and the Ido local governments of Oyo State, and we'll be focusing on women-led households and youth farmers. So we'll be teaching women and youths. We are seeking to like boost their resilience in farming and promote food security as against food insecurity. Can I have the next slide? Please, can I have the next slide? Okay, so our solution is YIELD. YIELD stands for Youth and Inclusive Eco-led Development, and is our response to the pressing challenge of food insecurity. So what do we seek to do? We seek to train farmers in regenerative agriculture and cooperative models. We seek to introduce drought-resistant crop varieties and effect mulching techniques to farmers. We seek to develop shared post-harvest storage system facilities for farmers. We seek to combat drought, soil degradation, and post-harvest losses sustainably by our nature-based solutions. And we're also going to be using local practices that the farmers can relate to promote our solution. Can I have the next slide, please? And what are the key components of YIELD? We are going to be using organic soil revitalization units. We'll be having units established within farming communities in Ido and Egbeda local governments of Ibadan, Oyo State, for soil revitalization. And the training will not just be from outsiders. It's going to be like a peer farmer field training where farmers will be trained themselves, and then it will be like a train the trainer program where they can go ahead to train fellow farmers so that they won't see the solution as something far off, but the solution is going to be community created. They're going to view it as something that it is communal so that they'll be able to respond positively to our solutions. We're also going to be embracing drought resilient cropping system and shared post-harvest infrastructure. Can we please move to the next slide? Okay, so our innovation and impact are going to be, like I said earlier, we're going to be leveraging indigenous knowledge. We're going to be using community-targeted resources for our project, and we're going to be strengthening the rural circular economy because we're going to be teaching them how to use, farm produce to also serve as fertilizers for their crops, rather than be using organic chemicals. We're going to be using inorganic chemicals. We're going to be using organic materials. We're also going to be reducing post-harvest losses and which improves food security by creating bans that are targeted towards climate sustainability. And then our sustainability and scalability, our model ensures community ownership. Like I said earlier, we're embracing train the trainer, and we're going to be using a low-tech model, which can be scaled in rural areas. So it will not be difficult for them to understand whatever it is that we are saying, or they will also have the resources to be able to follow through with the program. The next slide, please. Okay, so our ask is funding for the pilot stage so as to achieve our goals for this initiative. We are looking forward to getting training tools for our trainees, training setups, and infrastructure. We're also looking forward to technical partnerships from agencies and organizations that deal with climate sustainability farming, that are also into composting, agronomy, and storage design. And we seek stakeholder support for scaling and policy integration, and also monitoring, evaluating, and storytelling support. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Very good presentation, and it's good to know about this, your very great, unique solution in line to climate farming for food resilience. Thank you for that presentation, Oluwadamilola. And I'm just going to be inviting the next speaker, as he's going to also be sharing his own unique innovation. I would like to invite Kaba Sulaiman as he presents his idea. Kaba, please, you can go ahead and make your presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important occasion, and indeed giving me these opportunities to my project innovation to be stand as those that should be honored in this important occasion. So first of all, I have undertaken my climate innovation on afforestation project at UBEC Smart School in Kaduna State, which is in the rural local government area. So the aims of the project was the slide is available? Yes. That is the role of reforestation in combating climate change and UBEC Smart School in Daura, Kaduna State, Nigeria. So the idea behind the project, next slide, please. So the purpose of the project was to promote climate change awareness and resilience through school-led afforestation and sensitization campaign that empower both students and the communities in the rural local government in Kaduna State, so that they can take the responsibility of controlling their own environment and possibly to tackle some of the challenges that are posed by climate change in their communities and schools at large. So our story. So the project was informed by the idea that to combat deforestation and promote tree planting and promote climate literacy. This one is literacy, to promote climate literacy in undeserved communities of the rural local government areas in Kaduna State, because there are some communities that were neglected. In fact, they don't know anything about any action that they can take in order to control their own environment vis-a-vis to control climate change or to mitigate some of the impact of climate change. So we launched this Smart Green initiative in order to equip young people with environmental knowledge and plant trees that offer both shade and ensure sustainable future, so that the environment can be cool and possibly some of the climate change induced cases can be controlled or can be minimized using our own model of innovation. So problems, it has been observed that there is serious deforestation going on in our area, and people doesn't know about the impact of this deforestation. So that is why they excessively cut down trees for firewood and some other domestic activity. So this is, the problem was there is excessive heat and environmental degradation due to deforestation, and there is limited integration of climate education in most of our schools and communities at large. So there is vulnerable communities that lack knowledge and skills to adapt to some of this climate change and other problems. So that is what necessitated me to undertake this project. So the solution to the project, so reforestation or afforestation project and climate awareness provide immediate and long-term benefit to the environment, which include afforestation campaign using our own indigenous trees and formation of student-led climate action clubs in most of the schools in our areas. And there is community sensitization and awareness drive, which promote climate change consciousness among community members. And there is curriculum integrations for teachers so that they can at least teach some of our young ones about action that they can take in order to control their own environment. Then the next slide, sir. So the project impacts on the school and the community at large. So the project has a profound impact in school communities, which include, there is environmental education, which greatly increase in our young ones, and there is tree planting campaign in the schools and some of the environment that are within the communities. And there is community outreach, which involves going there to tell them about the impact of the environment so that they can take the responsibility of their own environment and protect it for the benefit of the future. Then the project potentials. So our target potentials include public junior secondary schools and public primary schools in our domain. And there is NGOs that will come and partner with us in order to foster these important initiatives. So if the project was scaled, we are expecting that it will be replicated across 44 local government areas with potential of reaching most of the UBEC smart schools in Nigeria, with an estimated value of 774 million. So our main competitors, Pan-Africa, and the project will help in tackling some of the environmental and climate challenge that are more profound in northern Nigeria, particularly heat waves, desertification, and some out of irregular rainfall, as well as flooding that may occur in some of the environment or some of the communities in our area. The UBEC Smart Schools is ready for scaling this project to another schools in their own area. Then the project models include non-governmental organizations, social enterprise, and then this is our financial needs, which may be cost about 700,000 to plant 2,000 trees, which targeted 400 beneficiaries in Persia, and we are planning to extend this initiative to 5 schools with an estimation of 5 million and revenue grants from donor agencies and some corporate social responsibilities. Then proposed funding needs, as it was indicated earlier, were expected to expand 100 million naira in order to cover most of the school, which include tree planting, training, sensitization, media, monitoring, and evaluation. Then there is need for climate education expert also to come on and highlight some of the important issues that are related to climate change impact. And there is curriculum designers, which may at least try to design a curriculum so that it can be incorporated into the school's activities. So thank you. This is the end of my presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you, and very great well done on the unique work you're doing, Sulaiman. And while we have the other 2 presenters, Abubakar and Priska, kindly prepare to also get to ask questions if you have questions to each and everyone on YouTube. And those of us, if you have questions, you can get to ask questions. Okay, Abubakar, yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello.
Just want you to
Hello, everyone.
proceed. Yes, we can hear you, Abubakar.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Abubakar Ali, the founder of BK Solar Energy. The purpose of our company is to provide clean and sustainable energy through solar product supply, installation, maintenance, and professional training. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello, are you hearing me? Our story.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Our story started as I started BK Solar Energy because I saw how far electricity was affecting life in Maiduguri. As a certified SDG advocate, I choose to focus on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. I got trained at RETI, Renewable Energy Technology Institution in Lagos, and become a certified solar expert. I then formed a team of professionals. My team and I have installed over 100 kVA of solar system at our earlier stage. The problem we are solving. In Maiduguri, people face serious electricity problems such as unstable power supply, expensive and polluting fuel for generators, low awareness of clean energy solutions. Sadly, many solar systems are installed by untrained people or causing loss of money and poor result for communities. Our solutions. We solve this problem by supplying affordable, high-quality solar products, installing and maintaining systems professionally, offering training in solar installation in partnership with the Renewable Energy Technology Institution. This gives people steady power, reduce use of the generators, and help fight climate change. The impact of our products directly affects SDG 7 clean energy and SDG 13 climate action by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Our 12-month goal is to reach 200 households, 100 small businesses, and train over 200 new solar technicians. Our market potential. The market potential is very big. In Borno State, over 3,000 households lack steady power. If only 1% of them install a small solar system worth of 600,000, that would create 1.8 billion in market value. Our competitors. We have few reliable solar providers in Maiduguri. Compared to global brands like IBC Solar, our advantage is that we are trained installers, we have local connection and trust, we offer affordable and clean installation. This makes BK Solar Energy the better local choice for long-term solar services. Why we are doing it now? Now is the perfect time for solar energy because fuel prices are rising, the national power is failing, climate change is real, and more people, government and NGOs are supporting solar energy as a solution. Our business model. Here is how our business works. We promote solar products and buy them at wholesale price. We install them and charge installation fee. We also earn from training fee commissions. We have strong partnership with RETI for training, Energy Solar and Lawson Solar for product supply. Our dream team, we are a team of 4 and our different field of specialization help us complement each other's. Me as the founder, I am a certified solar expert. Muhammad Ali is a certified electrician. Mohammed Abdul Kadir is an inverter battery expert. Rukaya Ali is an expert in administrative support. What we need. So far, we have installed 15 solar systems and earn about 100,000 monthly. Now we need 1.5 million to grow. We will use that money to purchase equipment, build websites, and social media advertisement. With this support, we can help more families and businesses to access affordable power in Maiduguri and beyond. Thank you for listening.
Okay, very good one, Abubakar, and so good to know about the amazing work each and everyone are doing. And going to, I mean, all the way from Borno State. Thank you for that brilliant presentation on BK Solar Energy. We are going to be having the last presenter and the last virtual presenter, and while she gets to speak on a unique idea, which focus on solar energy all the way from Bauchi State. I'm glad to welcome our very last person in person, that's Priska Ijoma. Please go ahead and get to share your unique idea with us. Priska, please, you can go ahead and speak.
All right, thank you so much, sir. So please, can you help me share my slide? Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Imagine walking 10 kilometers just to charge your phone and your torchlight. That is a daily reality of people in Raji Community Gandra Local Government, Bauchi State. I am Uzodima Priska Ijoma, a founder of a youth-led organization, Together for Sustainable Earth Development Initiative. And we are tackling one of the most pressing challenges in Nigeria, which is energy poverty, by empowering off-grid communities in Bauchi State with solar energy, starting from Raji community and extending to other communities with time. According to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, it is recorded that over 60% of households in Bauchi State rely heavily on firewood for energy, leading to deforestation, air pollution, and worsening climate action. Raji community is one of these communities amongst the many in Bauchi State that is entirely off-grid with no school, no market access, or clinic access due to energy poverty. Please, the next slide. On the next slide, I'm going to see a pictorial view of I and my team who went to the community to get a baseline survey of what is going on in the community. And our innovation is just simple but powerful. Solar power torch for every household in this community. The goal of this idea is to provide instant safety, visibility, reduce firewood dependence, and cut down carbon emission, thereby improving respiratory health and all, especially for women and girls. Our market potential is significant. Please, next slide. Our market potential is significant. Millions of Nigerians live in off-grid communities, and they are facing the same challenges. So by piloting this project in Raji community, we are providing how clean and affordable energy can transform lives. We are not just distributing solar power torchlights, but we're also training these communities and collaborating with NGOs, the local government, and also documenting the impact. Because the whole idea is to scale to a solar panel installation in the community, which the community actually needs. With just 3,500 naira, one solar torchlight can light up a home, improve study time for children, and protect women from risk. With 225,000, we can reach up to 50 households. But our real vision, like I said, is to scale into a solar panel installation in the community, making clean energy a reality for all. So lastly, I'd like to say, I'm calling on our investors, our partners, and advocates to help us expand this initiative. Let's power one change at a time. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Let's power one change at a time. Thank you very much for that unique idea and solutions, Priska. It's so good to hear you deliver those good presentations. And right about now, I'm going to be inviting our esteemed professor and a mother, a mentor to all, in person of Professor Ngozi Odiaka. She's going to be sharing with us one or two advice, and it's very important I get to. You said you haven't made your presentation. Benjamin, sorry, let me just give you a minute to confirm that again. I need to be very Draw. Okay. Okay. But I would just like to take the feedbacks. I would just like to take one or two feedbacks from Professor. But while Professor comes on board, I would like to share this to each and every one of you because there is something about coming up with ideas. There's something about coming up with innovation. It's the most important thing is you getting to know what the first need is. Yes, you might be able to identify what the problem is. And I think this is a general thing which I discover in most of your presentation, except for Priska that was even able to share with us evidence when she did her baseline survey. And in design thinking, they call it, that's the empathy stage, whereby you get to empathize with your users, with your audience, get to know what their felt needs is. I think that's the first thing which I'm going to say. And also your team too. It's very, very important when you are having a unique solution and you're trying to come up with an idea, ensure you have a team, not just you having a team, have a team that has a major role and that feels that covers your weakness. So in terms of, if you are coming up with a mobile app solution and you are not a good designer, but you can get to do some coding, you know that definitely you need someone who is a UI UX designer on that team, or you need a marketer to get to look at all of that. You don't need to do all of this yourself. And still on that team, I also like that at least have one or two advisors, one or two people who you can commit to, you can hear from, and because this should form part of your pitch. And definitely, I know that we still get to hear more from Prof, and I would just like to stop there. But amazing works and congratulations to each and every one of you once again. Prof, please, I think at this point, I would like to hand over back to you as you get to share with us, man.
Are you hearing me? Am I audible?
You are very audible, man. Yes, man, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. Thank you so, so much. I think I really want to appreciate all those who have spoken and given one presentation or the other. Very challenging ones, very, very challenging ones. And I'm so proud of you guys. I know that definitely something is going to happen somewhere. So based on the presentations that you guys have given, I just have few advices. I hope it goes down well, and I think it will by His grace. So first is the fact that we have to focus honestly on community engagement and local solutions. I was so thrilled to see that there's so many innovations out there that many of you have brought out. The question is implementation. How do we take it out? How do we work it out to make sure that these solutions are actually taken, by policymakers, by the government, and for communities to use? Meanwhile, remember what one of the speakers said, I've forgotten her name now, there's need for us to have data. Because when you are going out for grants or anything, you need data. You need to convince the grant masters to say, look, we can do it. This is what we have, and we can deliver. So please, let's focus on the community engagements as we have been doing, and then give local solutions. Secondly, I think we need to leverage on indigenous knowledge. It was clearly stated. Indigenous knowledge and practices where possible anyway, combining them with, of course, modern technologies and the different approaches that we have heard. This definitely will help ensure solutions that are relevant and sustainable. You can start small from the presentations that we have seen, but please think about scalability. It may be small, but you can scale it up. It's doable. Several presenters discussed piloting their ideas in specific communities with plans and to expand them later. And I think that is really very okay for me. And I wish you well. I will also advise that we consider partnerships and collaborations to increase impact and access resources. It's easier when you work together as a team than staying alone. Many mentioned working with different NGOs. Some also talked about working with government agencies and others, of course. We need stakeholders around us to work with. So I cannot overemphasize the fact that we need data. So please collect data as you work on the field and then document the impacts. It's absolutely necessary. This is important for improving the projects, and also demonstrating their value to potential funders and also to partners. There's need also, I believe, Mr. Emmanuel Loy, I hope I'm not talking too much. I don't know how many seconds or minutes you have for me. We need to address
No, you are not. You are not. This is a good
Okay.
timer.
Okay, thank you so much. So there's need for us to also address multiple sustainable development goals where possible. Many projects tackled issues like climate change, issues of poverty, and gender equality simultaneously. It's good. But please, let's find a way to pull them together so that we can address multiple things at the same time. Please be innovative. Please be very practical. I tell people, start from your base. A lot is being done. I'm happy for the guy that spoke on the project where you have to pull all the plastic things around. And I was happy when one of mine students also, Timbe, spoke on how you can use a low water, is a hydro, whatever, to make food. Yeah, in the university, on campuses, you can just drop dustbins. In your estate, you can drop dustbins and then have them probably reusable, and then the one for compost. That is the food, the bananas that someone was picking up somewhere. You can drop them inside different dustbins, and then you who know what you want to do with them will come up and use them later. Of course, it will generate income for you, and at the same time, you are cleaning the environment. So be very innovative, be practical. The most promising ideas combined that we have heard actually are novel approaches with realistic implementation plans. That's a fact. So again, I think we need to seek diverse funding sources. It's normally very difficult to get funding, but you can get there. Some have shared their own ways of getting funding, particularly when the lecturer, prof from UNILAG, I think, or Lagos State University, I can't remember now, spoke on how she started 10 years ago. So you can make the move, and you can. I believe you can if you want to. And I'm sure God will help you. So getting your funding, getting grants, having partnerships, and having sustainable business models and all that is absolutely necessary and very important. So please, let's develop clear plans. Clear plans. And when I say clear plans for monitoring, so that whosoever is giving you this grant, whosoever is trying to help you out, will see when they come, if there's an M&E coming for the project that you have started, you are sure that you will not be found wanting. So please develop clear plans for monitoring, develop it for evaluation, develop it for long-term sustainability of the project. Stay passionate as you have always been. SDG advocates are always very passionate. I'm part of you anytime, any hour. I love it and I will go for it any day, any hour. So please stay passionate and be committed to your vision. When you allow any diversion or someone pulling you out of where you are going by confusing you, you are going to miss it. When you have a feeling and you are so passionate about something to go for it, please go for it. Don't look back. And I know that God will help you. So in it, be willing, very willing to adapt based results. Be open. And I know that when such is done, you are sure going to make it. I wish you guys all the best. It's been a wonderful time. I've just been here listening. Unfortunately, for the live one, I wasn't hearing very well because the network wasn't really very okay. It was off and on, but I tried to stay on to get it right. So I want to congratulate everyone once again, particularly the team that has put this together, led by one and only one, our Sustainable Development Solution Network Youth Coordinator, Mr. Emmanuel Oluwoyo. We're really very grateful with your team. Thank you so much for being with us. We are open to partnership. We are open to work together with anyone that wants to work with us. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Prof. And we are going to be proceeding to the certification part right away.
to measure this outcome. It's easy to come and go. What happens? So find a way to also bring it all the things in this community, incorporate into that and sustainability. But that's the work I footed. I'm doing a work for them. And I want the team to continue to showcase these guys, right? Keep innovations growing. Let's not end here. Let's get some of those innovations, given what this professional this events, to see how most of them can also be supported, also giving the very much. Let's celebrate it. And let's celebrate all the innovators. Let's celebrate them. And once again, congratulations to each and every one that have been able to make it to this space. Yes, we have virtual people that have presented. We also have studied we're able to present. And the good thing is this innovation is not just for the southwestern states. We are all the way from Borno State, South states, across different states who have been able to present their climate innovation. But just quickly, we are going to be calling their names for their presentation of awards, and which is very, very important to do before we get closer to this session. I want to believe it's been a great time, right? Yes. It's been a great time, right? I want to say, thank you for that information. And all the way from, so we have some of them that we made it down here physically, and they have representatives who's going to distribute their award on their behalf. And just in the minute where I'm going to be reading their names, if you are physically present here, please, I just want you to come up stage and you get to receive your award, or your representative come up stage to receive your award on your behalf. The very first person I will be inviting is Chiamaka Rita, and if representative is currently in this call, please, I would like to signify. We have a representative for Chiamaka Rita. Please can come forward. When I invite Madam for me, I'm going to present our award to them. And I want to say is that this is just many great things to come. 2 years ago, we have what she gets to present. I will just to narrate this. 2 years ago, we have young innovators, young and amazing innovators like this that pick their solution. Same program, and many of them are not in this country. They just through that spread in this solution, which they be able to come up with. Okay, I the representative for thermal sand also gets to come around. Okay. Thermal sand. Do you have the representative for German there? Okay, do you have the representative for TV? Oluwadamola Batteries. Oluwadamola Batteries. Do you have a representative for Oluwadamola Batteries? Okay. Do you have a representative for Kaba Suleiman? Kaba Suleiman. Okay. What about Abubakar Ali? Do you have a representative? Okay, please you can come around. Let's celebrate him and come forward. Okay. We have a representative of Priska Ijoma. Priska Ijoma. Okay. Photographs, are we good? All right, thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate them too. Let's celebrate them. The representative for Priska Ijoma can come forward for your award. Aremu Ola big man. Aremu Ola big man. You can come forward to the award. Why don't you get to be here? People who are irritated. People who are irritated.
Why sign?
This big now.
Why signing Farida based on around the receive our business celebrate her? Celebrate her. How you know it's not easy to come forward to get something like that, and yeah, and they didn't really. What representative of Oluwatamila Veterans please come around? Oluwatamila Veterans, is she there? Okay, please let's celebrate her as she comes forward to receive our award. So while she's receiving our award, I'm also glad to announce on behalf of the organization that the sprint 2 of the STEM program is currently on ongoing. And if you are interested, thank you very much. Please let's celebrate Madam. If you are very interested or you have someone in your network who is very interested to participate in this program for the next, it's going to be an accelerator for the next 5 months, and it will be joining for each and every one, and for to sign up. So another question you ask is how do we get to know when the application for it out? So please follow us on SDSS, and we'll be glad to get to you. Definitely see that information across different blocks in Nigeria. Once again, please let's celebrate all these amazing people and just right now. Okay, when we get to prepare to close the session, it's very important for us to also get to learn and see amazing and existing work that are out there. Shortly, we are going to be inviting one of our very top exhibitors this afternoon, as she's going to be presenting our lead solution within the next 2 to 3 minutes to us. And more importantly, when we are done here with this program, please do well and visit our corner. And definitely for each and every one of us, we hope that you also engage in the application process. I know that the study bank team are outside waiting for us, which each and every one are going to get benefit from this afternoon. So I want to bring down what is, okay, here's the one, right? All right, this you have 2 minutes to do that. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very tired. So, we science now also very about so it's developed an application is called the backyard market. So why we came up with this application because we noticed that the problem of food security, climate change, all the marketing of like all of the drivers or all the hospitals in Nigeria as a whole. So we decided to follow the backyard to address issues such as food security, climate change impacts, urban heat and crops and all that. And why this is very, very essential because it's targeting the youth. Backyard farm is just an application that allows everybody to be a farmer. We want everybody to be plant and eat something with their house. Like for example, our Lagos is so congested. It becomes the first place in Lagos. There's no service for culture. There's no service for people think about eating. People think about a lot of things. So this app allows you to carry out farming at a very small scale, and it's very good because even kids can learn. And how does it work? It just allows you to take information, come to our get analysis know what's happening in plants. If your plant is invested, instead of going to the normal pesticide level,
So I noticed that when you have like vegetables in your backyard, like tomatoes and all that, because we are already so you don't want it to, you want to buy, you know, you just use the same thing like poo. I know if scientists have to mention what the yes is something. Whenever you use poo that are familiar with, you want it to plant something as simple as that, something as simple as tomato your as a backyard and all that. So it's going to be a demo how it works. It's you scan your plants, it's use AI algorithm, it gets very good treat the plant this way, it gives you reminder and all that. And we believe that when this is adopted into developing countries like Nigeria, we tend to be more climate conscious and it's targeting the youth. That's one funny thing. And aside the youth, it also targets very democratic that is free. This is like it's if it's healthy, to tell you it's healthy, and if it's not healthy, to give you recommendations, it's very less affecting it, and to tell you what to do. That's okay. One funny thing is the best that is affecting some plants, just looking at and brush through it. You need to go and do the hard work, getting the normal pesticide. That's what we call integrated pest management. And this solution helps to address this because when I think using GIS perspective, geographic options. If you have a radius of 5 kilometers and we have houses, urban cities, doing and practicing things like this, do you know we will have cleaner air, purified air, they will be better and they will be a lot of cities. So we're going to show you what this is what as person is doing. You scan your picture, you look spread and all that, and then it also has like a community forum where you can like ask me questions, you can ask the developing countries like Nigeria. So we are presenting it so that we can get feedback, so that we can give it make it more robust. Feedbacks also include good recommendation and so far recommendation, so that we know how to do better before we can build out an MVP. That's minimum friendly that any user can do. So we are that's this for backyard farm. I want to give us feedback and all that. So we are actually one of our media partners planning to support that. Not about what she will do with this. You know the platform. Don't worry, you're going to be like, you're going to enter down your inspection. So those things that you enter down where it does feel like somebody is boiling. Aside from the boiling, there's one kind of odor that will just enter your nostril on one side. It's so busy that you actually don't have one extra perfume. It's like a high price of loss. Am I right or wrong? You're right. So those are the kind of shit that we need to be talking about. And I understand that as young people, it's like professional, professional talk can be very exhausting. I was very fast with them. So yes, we are the climate podcast. That's what we're saying. Just about the and people learn about climate from it. So please everyone will be on board and subscribe to the Climate Change podcast on YouTube. Where there you can see so many people. In fact, you can reach out to us, Climate Change podcast at gmail.com if you want to be a guest in our podcast. So thank you very much. Moving on. I'm actually sure that you are very, because it will be very important. So when that is to be made, that the national campaign, just like the campaign started, so the campaign is only to the promise is it's more about creating biological changes, but also and that's just because the so much care to the work. In a good way, very important. With great service. Thank you so much.
Hello, Baba. Sorry, I'm back again to give a vote of thanks. I want to appreciate you and I know what some also it's COYEC 4.0, right? And prayer we have and vision that COYEC 5.0 will be bigger than this.
Yes, sir.
Who want that name? All right. So, on behalf of the director, of the thank everyone. The impact that can take out of things, a lot of been said. I've not alone myself. I've not alone myself from the innovators to know that these solutions to the panelists, to the speakers. But I touch all of us today that whatever it is that we want to do, the urgency is real. Climate is already here, don't worry about it. It's there with us. And what are the government doing about that? Accepting funds from the global north and others. The change we want, the action that we want will be taken from us. There's something I want to say I didn't say earlier. Let us all be a mobile advert. Be that mobile advert, not just an activity, but it should be seen on you. And that's one secret I want to tell to the victim. We want to pitch. When you have investors, make sure that you reflect their products. If all of us stop being, imagine that today is World Environment Day. That's why all of us are raised to the degree. And just imagine that all of us has an institution like this, or something about trash, or waste, or plastic in your life. Imagine the impact. Do you think it makes an impact? Do you think it makes an impact? So we can be in this place, but what we are going to people would definitely look at what's going on. But there's a whole lot to talk about. And we're going to work because if we don't talk about it, nobody's about that. Our parents will not. The older generation will not talk about that. We young people are the one, our lives are at risk. Our future is at risk. I want to thank the Union Sustainable Development Network for coming across, bring this conference together. Let's appreciate the team that planned this thing. All right, Emmanuel, Adimola, Toby, the ladies of wonderful development, let the most as well. Cynthia, the fact that I didn't know again. There is well as well. All of you, I appreciate you all. On behalf of the Senate team, on behalf, we are a proud partner of this. When we talk about national activation, it's not just about YouTube, it's also driving financial inclusion. We must tie finance, we must put our the what is it? Capital automatically flows where there's value. Engage us with those innovations. And the first time I'm going to ask you, are you banking with us? And if you are banking with us, I think we can take, we get our ears. Last year, what we know that period will be to be benefited from our grants. 1 million, 2 million, We have 21 people that are doing different facilities, 15, 20 million and above. Another edition is coming very soon and this year. We are a bank that loves innovation. We are taking the lead and we're putting in our mouths and money where our mouth is. We are a proud partner of this. And we'll be doing other activities this year. We're also be having a campaign for a Lagos free plastic. People should know what we're doing now. And let me beg us. Let me beg. Fantastic ideas, fantastic solutions, agri-related, eco-related, education-related, business-related. We must come together. We must come together. Can this not just be stopped here? Because the only time we know about the something on climate is when it comes towards November, and we're talking about COP29 or 39. We must make this conversation about it. If the SDG, the midpoint needs to be achieved, there are 6 of SDG focused on climate, on the environment. And if you add the 17 goal, it becomes 7. Climate action is just one of them. Sustainable safety is one of them. Life above water. Under the water. A whole lot of them. This is a cost-costing thing. If you are interested to pick a career, look for that green skills. Look for that eco-friendly organization. Because let me tell you something now. Private organizations are being funded, being rated, how they go about sustainability, how they go about ESG. Integrate that. It's not a buzzword. I'm not doing climate, I'm giving a green solution, I'm living a green life, I'm an advocate of a green environment. So happy to say I was so happy to be part of you today. We're a proud sponsor. I want to thank UNSDN for this wonderful opportunity. And I want you to keep preaching the gospel. Let's be the change that we want to see. We'll see you all in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. So we are going to just take first. We have the all speakers first on stage. All the speakers on stage for our group photograph. Afterwards, followed by the project team members. And then we always take speakers.
All right, and we also have our activation work outside. You want to open your spelling accounts, of course, get to get an account.